Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. I call to order the November 12th, 2025 meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission. Mr. Tavera, would you call the roll?
Yes. Chair Aiken?
Here.
Vice Chair Chang?
Here.
Commissioner Heckman?
Here.
Commissioner James?
Here.
Commissioner G?
Here.
Commissioner Peterson?
Here.
Commissioner Templeton?
Here.
For the record, we have quorum.
Thank you. Assistant Director Armour, do we have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
No changes.
Thank you. Mr. Tavera, do we have any public comments for items that are not on the agenda?
Through the chair, at this moment, I have received no public comment cards and no request to speak via Zoom.
Thank you. All right, then we're ready for item 1, city official reports. Assistant Director Armour, would you begin?
Yes. Good evening. Welcome to what looks likely to be our second to last meeting of the year. So I will dive right into that as we go to the next slide. Our meeting the day before Thanksgiving is canceled, and we currently have 2 items scheduled for your December 10th meeting. One is a housing development project at 2100 Gang Road. The other is a reconsideration of the bird-friendly design ordinance. As previously mentioned, we did schedule a tentative special meeting for December 17th in case there were additional items that need to be considered, because we only have one regularly scheduled meeting in November and December. But at this time, we do not have any critical items that need to be placed on that agenda, so I do expect to be canceling it unless something happens on the 10th and we need to continue something. But at this point, we don't expect to need that special meeting date. So thank you for holding it on your calendars. And then the December 31st meeting is also canceled since that is a holiday. Next slide. A few updates on council items from PTC reviewed items. On November 10th, earlier this week, the project at 660 University was approved with modifications. They accepted the Planning and Transportation Commission recommendations, with the exception of changing the approval of the project back to the 70-unit project with the balconies, but they maintained the other elements recommended by PTC. In the future, we do anticipate bringing the rental registry year 1 report to council for an informational item in December. The project at 4075 El Camino Way is also expected to go in December, likely the 2nd or 3rd meeting of the month. And the El Camino Real retail node map will go to council, though at this point it is scheduled to go to the retail committee first in December, which means it would then follow to a January meeting for council on consent. That concludes my presentation. We do have an update from transportation.
Mr. Arce?
Good evening, Chair and Vice Chair. My name is Ozzy Arce, Senior Transportation Planner and OOT Staff Liaison to PTC. I introduced myself last time, but happy to be here again this evening. A few slides for you all for this evening's update. Just a quick note, also Ria Lowe, the Director of OOT, is present here tonight. Next slide. I mentioned this at your last PTC meeting, and this is an item on your agenda tonight, yet a friendly reminder that the public comment period for the draft bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan closes this Friday, end of day. So if you haven't reviewed the draft plan and the near-term projects and provided feedback, now's your last chance. And again, this is a friendly reminder that the BPTP update serves as a city's roadmap for future investment in our bike and ped network. Next slide. And also mentioned this at your last PTC meeting, but it was a brief mention, so I just wanted to reiterate kudos to the OOT staff who held a great community meeting for the Alma Charleston improvements in late October. This is road safety improvements that are separate from the Great Separation Project. Next steps, staff is currently reviewing the 35% design plans and will bring the public We'll bring the next draft for public review in winter and spring of 2026. Next slide. Addison Avenue from Bryant Street to Middlefield Road received some recent street improvements. It is a key bicycle priority street and was repaved in fall of 2025. To improve safety for all road users, especially for bicycle riders, we filled this gap in the bicycle network. Addison Avenue was repaved with full-time bike lanes on the eastbound side, protected bike lane with delineator posts on the eastbound side, and shared lane markings on the westbound. Just noting that Addison Avenue, this portion used to be a restricted hour bike lane, and it is now a 24-hour bike lane. Next slide, please. Also, University Avenue, El Camino Real overpass in downtown received some recent improvements. This is a key connection between downtown through the Palo Alto Transit Center and into Stanford's Palm Drive. Caltrans is leading this effort in conjunction with the city, and currently the crews are working to replace the bridge railing at the overcrossing, and as well as replace and upgrade existing vehicle and pedestrian railings and curb ramps, sidewalk signals, and lights, as you can see from these photos. The bridge railing replacement is scheduled to be complete next year. And just a sidebar note, in addition to these University Avenue overcrossing improvements, there are also additional locations where Caltrans is scoped to close underutilized non-ADA compliant pedestrian tunnels along El Camino Real. Just wanted to note that that's part of this project as well. Next slide. Now over to the south side of the city, the South Palo Alto Bike Ped connectivity project, which will identify locations and design concepts where 2 new grade-separated bike and ped pathways will go across the Caltrain corridor. I believe the PTC saw this project recently. 8 crossing alternatives are currently being shared with the community, and staff will present these 8 crossing designs to the Rail Committee on Tuesday, November 18th, and the City Council on December 1st. Council is expected to select up to 2 concept designs in early 2026, and please visit the project webpage for more information. Lastly, I just wanted to also highlight that in the theme of the grade separation, we're continuing with the grade separation project. And earlier this fall, the city hosted 2 community meetings at Mitchell Park, and next steps is the Rail Committee is scheduled to review the 15% designs at their November 18th meeting. And following that Rail Committee meeting, the council will consider the project and provide formal direction. There are 2 council meetings scheduled for December 10th and December 15th. And this is for the larger grade separation project. And I believe that concludes my OOT updates for this meeting. Thank you.
And I will add one additional note that I remembered based on the comments from Mr. Arce, because there is currently scheduled a special council meeting on December 10th, which is the same evening as our regular meeting. At this time, we are scheduled to have our Planning and Transportation Commission meeting in the community room out off of the front lobby. So keep an eye, that will be noted on the agenda when it is sent out, but I think it is safe to expect at this point that that's going to be the location for our meeting that evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Very comprehensive and useful reports. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
So the council didn't want to take the community room?
We were asked to relocate.
I noticed the work on Addison because it's near me. It looks great. It'll be interesting to see how people deal with the change in hours, but the kids are very happy about it. So, all right then, if there are no other questions or comments. Commissioner G.
Thank you. Mr. Arce, I noticed that you made a brief statement about the closing of non-ADA compliant tunnels, I think is what you said, along El Camino. Can you refer to like which those are specifically? I'm not actually familiar with these.
The specific locations are slipping from my memory, but we can circle back with the commissioners about the details. They are along El Camino Real, and yeah, we can definitely circle back with the commission on those details. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
No other questions? Then we are ready for our first action item tonight. Agenda item number 2, reviewing the draft 2025 comprehensive plan and housing element annual progress reports. These begin on packet page 9 for anyone who's following along. Could we have the staff presentation, please?
Yes. Yes. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Kelly Cha. I'm here to present the Comprehensive Plan and Housing Element Implementation Annual Progress Update. Next, please. So as you may be already aware, we are required to submit a progress report on the comprehensive plan implementation to the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, that's LCI, formerly OPR, Office of Planning and Research, and to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, by April each year. And so after tonight, staff will take the PTC recommendation to the City Council early next year to meet these reporting deadlines. And as you can see on this slide, the Palo Alto Municipal Code specifies the PTC annually review the comp plan and recommend to the City Council any changes or additions as necessary. Tonight's item is for annual progress report, but this information could be used to identify whether any changes are needed. But tonight, no changes to the comp plan will be considered. And any future modifications to the comp plan will be directed or needed to be directed by the City Council. Next, please. And our comprehensive plan was adopted back in 2017 with 410 programs, and it has implementation priorities and level of efforts required to complete. Next, please. And this is overall progress on the completion status. And as you can see, we have made some progress from last year. We have about 28 completed programs, and majority of the programs are ongoing, which are something that we have already implemented, but we're routinely implementing them every year. And we have made some changes to the status, most of them ongoing and complete. That partially completed items have came down to 48, and now we have about 10% of the total programs pending. Next, please. And the slide is showing the same information about the status by the target completion date. We have those separated by 4 categories: completion by 2022, completion by between 2022 and 27, and anything after 2027. And also we have items that are continuous. Those are what we call ongoing items. Next, please. And this slide is showing the progress by level of effort to complete. And this is showing the total programs of 382, that's excluding the 28 completed items. And as we can see, most of them are under ongoing category, and we have been making a lot of progress on implementing them. Next, please. And we're switching to the Housing Element Implementation Program. We have, last year, have made great progress. We have a total of 110 programs that was adopted back in 2024. That is for the 6th cycle of Housing Element that covers the years from 2023 to 2031. And so this is a 3rd year providing progress report on this. And so as you can see, over it looks like 68% we have implemented, either completed or ongoing process. And so that leaves us about 9 pending programs and 26 that have been implemented but in progress to complete. Next, please. And this is the progress on the regional housing needs allocation number. This shows the housing that has been issued as of October 2025, and showing by different income category. Most of them, we have made about 10%, just shy of 10%. And most of them are above moderate, but we did make about 20% of the total of 592 units affordable housing. So that is a great progress. And we have a lot of projects that's in pipeline that will show up next year's progress. Next, please. So next steps are, we will take the Planning and Development Services, we will take the Planning and Transportation Commission's recommendation and to the City Council, to the City Council for their review and authorization to submit our progress report to LCI and HCD no later than April 2026. And so just to reiterate, our recommendation is for the PTC to review the progress report on both the comp plan and housing element and recommend City Council to authorize the transmission. That concludes staff presentation and ready for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. John. Commissioners, do we have any clarification requests for the benefit of public comment? Vice Chair Chang.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Can you remind us again what the big kind of milestone check-ins are regarding housing and what HCD is looking at? So in other words, if we don't do X by Y timeframe, what happens kind of thing?
Yes, happy to give a high-level response to that. There is a mid-cycle check-in, but the primary area where we need to watch and track the housing production is to make sure that we don't get to a point where the number of units produced if it is less on a particular site that we allocated for the RHNA, then we could get to, okay, let me rephrase that. Let me say that again. We need to make sure that the RHNA number, the estimated number of units that will be produced over the 8-year cycle is consistent with the regional housing needs that was allocated to the city. So if we get to a point where the combination of the number of units produced plus the number of units listed on the remaining sites on our inventory is less than the RHNA that was assigned to the city, either in total or in with any of those categories of affordability, then the city has 6 months to rezone additional parcels and designate them as additional housing element sites to maintain capacity for that RHNA. However, we can include sites that are not on the housing inventory towards that. So at this point, we actually have a number of housing development projects that are going through the process that aren't housing element sites and should help us balance out that RHNA allocation.
Thank you.
I have Commissioner Templeton and then Commissioner Peterson.
It's me. I was just trying to interpret your chart, if you want to put up the one with the percent of RHNA permitted.
That's slide 7.
And as we are waiting for that to be pulled up, an element that I wanted to share in regards to this. Since this is just about the building permits issued, there are a lot more units that are in process right now, even ones that have gone through the entitlement phase and approved through planning, that are not captured here. But that is part of our final reporting. We are currently working on developing a housing dashboard that will give you some of that interim in-progress numbers as well, beyond.
Yeah, you're
what's listed
anticipating
here.
my not technical questions, but I appreciate that. My question really is, I do eventually want to talk about making this a better chart, and it sounds like you already have plans to do that. But right now, my question is, how did you get 2.06 for extremely low income? Did you divide 16 over 592?
Or over, it might be over 778, which is the assigned number. Let me check
Okay,
that.
But is it?
It is.
Because I don't get that number.
Oh,
So I'm not going to put you on the spot. I'm
Okay,
sure whatever it is, we can figure it out. But I just want to say, I know this particular community cares very deeply about these things. Want to make sure the information is accurate. We can get more into that later. Thank you.
If I may, I did just run the calculation, and when you divide 16 by 778, not the 762, by 778, that does give you 2%, 2.06%.
Thank you. That's why I was trying to, we got to get on the same page. So what is,
It's
because
percentage of
the
allocation.
remaining, so it's 778 minus 16 is a 762.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. So the question I have is, I guess, a lot of times when I look at these tables, kind of the standard way we look at them is the product that's being produced and then the process that goes into it. But also, oftentimes what's helpful is to know the organization. So I'm assuming, Mr. Murray, you're not the only one working on this, that there's a team. Just for a scale, how many people are working on these projects? And then what's the distribution across these?
So we've got, as you saw in the table for the comprehensive plan, we've got staff from all departments working on a variety, because the comprehensive plan covers things across the city. And so we do have multiple staff that are involved in all of those. Some of this reporting, we have flexibility about how we present the information. In other parts of it, we don't. It's dictated by the state, for example. So we do try to show you, while we don't say how many staff are working on it, because that would be a bit difficult to track, we are showing which departments are involved.
So in general, about how many staff members, if we just put them into FTEs, are we looking at the work here?
I could not estimate.
A dozen, 100, just ballpark?
I could not estimate.
Okay.
Commissioners, any other pre-public comment questions? Seeing none, Mr. Tavera, do we have any comment requests for this item?
Through the chair, I've not received any public comment cards, and there are no raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you. All right, it's time to open it up for general discussion by the commission, and we'll begin with Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. The reason I was asking about making sure we are all understanding the calculations on this table is because I think there's a column that would help us interpret this information that's not currently included, and I was wondering if we could have it in the next iteration or when you pass it to council. That column is of how are we tracking? So you have the percent permitted, but not the percent that what our target is. So, for example, we're currently at 2.06% for extremely low income, but of the numbers allocated, it's 778 over 6086. It should be, our target should be, if we were on track with every type of income, I mean, a housing level, it would be like 12%, right? So showing 2.6%, I can go, yay, we're at 2.6%, but we should be at 12% if we were on track to build everything we have scheduled in Arena. Does that make sense?
That does make sense, and I understand the point that you're making. I think I would add some additional context, which is the housing element was only adopted last year. And so because of the delay in the process, the additional process that was involved, this 8-year cycle did not get started. And in addition to that, the policies that are making it easier for housing and encouraging more housing take time to go into effect. And as I stated, there is a lot of housing that's in process. It takes several years often for these to get through the planning process, the building process, and actually to construction. So I would
So we didn't need extremely low income housing before this cycle?
We have done a lot through this housing
I
element.
understand, and you're
to try
mitigating,
and-
I understand what you're trying to mitigate.
Right.
What I'm trying
Improve
to
the
say
situation.
is, let's just reflect. The reason is not only are there the mitigations of timing and planning and all of those things, but that's literally what we're trying to do. And so we can highlight, this is an area that's not proceeding at pace, as well as the other areas, and that's an area for council to consider. Why are we not doing as well here? Part of it's going to be the things you mentioned, but there may be other things council can consider, like any actions they can take.
Right.
Does that make sense?
It does, it does. And I think my one caution would be if we assumed that the same number would be produced each year in order to get to our arena levels, that is not necessarily an accurate assumption or expectation, since we do expect that in the first 3 years, as we have seen, it is less than how many we would need if we averaged it over the years.
But
that
it's also not my first RENA cycle, so let me just say, this is always an area that we're deficient in. And if we don't, stop justifying, right, and start looking for how can we take responsibility and do better, then it doesn't change and we end the RENA cycle deficient, right? So I hear what you're saying, and no, this is not about blame, it's about transparency. If you're able to show, here's a moment, a snapshot where we're behind here, and then maybe 2 or 3 years go by and we're not doing any better. If you add that column, you're gonna have a better likelihood of affecting that number.
That is a very good point. And that is part of why having that percentage is so critical. We will take the suggestion into consideration.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ackman, then Vice Chair Chang.
Thank you. So I think I have a combination of comments and questions, and I think I'll just kind of go front to back through the staff report. First of all, I want to, as I think I try to do every year, applaud staff. There are 520 policies and programs that they are tasked with tracking and moving forward at various stages. And so that's just a Herculean task just to document it, which is, of course, just the most minor of efforts compared to actually doing it, which they're doing across the board. So appreciate that. And I also appreciate these annual updates, not because the state mandates them, but because it shows us the progress we're making and maybe identifies for us the places where we need to make progress more quickly. Like on our very, very low housing stock. So I think it's really useful for that too. So, and I was happy to see this year that, we're a few years into this comp plan, and last year we only had 17 completed. We had 11 more in the past year, which is great. Those are done, 410 minus 28. And similarly on the housing side, 110, but I think 30 are done. So great. Now we can focus on the remaining 80. Packet page 13, table 2 is the completion status. And so this is a question for staff. The first line of that, by 2022, was the target completion for 97 projects under the comp plan. Of those 92, we've got 13 that are partially complete and 7 that are pending, which means they haven't been started, and we're here in 2025. So I just wanted to ask staff, of those are the ones that I'm really focusing on those 20, which I think this is slide 4, is staff have a particular concern about any of those, or staff is comfortable even though the original deadline was by 2022? There's a reason it's not, at least in process, and they're comfortable with its status in the overall scheme. That was my first question.
I can start, and the Assistant Director can supplement afterwards. Those 7 pending and 13 in progress or partially complete items, staff are not really concerned at this moment, even though this is 2025 and they were supposed to be completed by 2022. Always, as you already know, the priorities change, resources available also changes. So sometimes the target date shifts, but the target date you're looking at is what we have established back in 2027. So that's why there's some changes. We're not, 2017. So we're not very concerned about these target completion dates, but we're making progress so that we make priorities on those items that are still pending or partially complete.
Okay, thank you. Same packet page 13, table 3. We have of our, this is the level of effort, and we have 9 partially complete and 5 pending in the substantial, which is the greatest draw on staff resources, right? Those are the most expensive, apparently. So same question. Does staff have any particular concerns about those that are partially complete or pending, that because of the needed resources, we may not be able to accomplish those?
I think we do have some concerns with the resources, but these are already the programs that we have discussed to implement back in 2017, so it's not something that we're not aware of. And so the staff is always looking for additional resources like budget or grant opportunities to cover some of those additional resources we may be needing. And also we're making progress also with the staffing as well. So as different departments make those progress, you will probably see more updates and progress on those.
And what I would add is that the comprehensive plan is an aspirational document. It is very common that overall the total number of implementation programs that are included in a comprehensive plan or general plan far exceeds what actually can be done in the period of time. And as previously mentioned, the shifting of priorities means that certain things move up on the list or move down or get implemented sooner because of state law or other things like that. So it is not uncommon, and we don't have concerns about those numbers in general.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's see. On packet page 14, table 5, which is the table that Commissioner Templeton was referencing, I wanted to have 2 observations. One, the table you showed in slide 7 is a slight update from what's in our staff report. That wasn't mentioned, but I want to just mention to my fellow commissioners to make sure we all caught that. The numbers are just slightly increased in the above, moderate, and therefore total. But the bottom line is overall, a little more than 9.5%, call it 10% of our RENA numbers 3/8 of the way through the cycle. And so in that kind of simple measure, we're behind. We should be, if we were going to be on target, and I don't know of anybody who has ever suggested that it's realistic to expect that we'll ever be on target with these RENA numbers. But, that's kind of a measure of how far we are from the keeping pace with this target the state set for us on, questionable bases. We are making progress across all the categories, and so that is encouraging. And as our assistant director mentioned, what's not referenced here is the pending, right, applications pending, which I will love to see that next year. So I'm glad you're going to add that. Okay, now turning just to the implementation tables. So this is a continuing dialogue we have with staff every year. I think the first year, we've had a continuing dialogue about how to tell us what's new. And so from when I started, this is really much improved because, as I've said, once you've read them, the 410 one time, in 1 year, my next year, I just need to know what's different. And so this year, staff has tried to address that with a new column called Changes from 2024, and I just wanted to give staff my feedback. I think it's helpful, but it could be more helpful. So, for example, in that Changes, it says, yes, status and staff comments. And so I'm just, looking at anyone, and so I can see what the status is now, but I don't know what it changed from. And similarly, I can see the staff comments now, but I don't know if it's a whole new comment or you added a sentence. And so appreciating that this information is coming from different departments, I'd ask staff to consider next year whether you could run a red line. When you bring us a draft amendment to an ordinance, you show us, here's the ordinance with the cross out of what we're saying should go away and underline what we are saying should add. And so if we could see that in that format, then you don't even need the last column because I can, see with my eyes what's been crossed out and what's been added. Again, I don't know if technically that can be done, but that would be very useful. And then really my last comment is next year on the housing element side, same concept, right? Right now it's new. This is the only second year we've seen it. But next year, I'd like to be able to focus on what's changed. And so a red line of what we have in our packet today with the new version you bring us next year at this time, that would really answer my question and just allow me to, scour the 110 and see exactly what's different. So those are my comments. Thanks again for a good job on this big task.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. I second the redlining request to the extent that is technically possible. It sure would be helpful. I was mistaken about Vice Chair Chang's light, so we're now on to Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. I put a third on the redlining. I think that's a great idea, and I can see how that would remove the last column because it would serve the same purpose and give us that extra detail that would be much more information. So the questions I have is two clarifying. One, I heard a comment about priorities, and I realized, are these ranked in order of priority? So if it says, C113, that's a higher priority than C115?
No, that is just the numbering that it was given in the document. In general, you can look at the year when it was estimated to be completed to give an indication of what was likely seen at that time as the higher priority for implementation more immediately.
So does council, do they have a priority list? I know some of the city councils will do a priority.
Yes. At the beginning of each year, they work on council priorities, which is the list of tasks that they want staff to be working on in addition to our normal work. And so that is something, we have mentioned that in some of our staff reports that will say this effort is a council priority. That's something they revisit at the beginning of every year.
So some of these are priority items from
Correct.
council, but we would have to sit there and put the two lists together.
When council is looking at what their priorities are going to be for the next year, if there is room to add new ones, often looking at the implementation programs from the comprehensive plan is an area where they may find additional efforts to add.
Okay, and then my second question is regarding, back to staffing. I understand we don't know how many staff we have on this. I assume every city, city staff member is applicable. I worked in the county, and I worked on probably everything except for the office I was actually in, because we got work purpose for everything. So I understand how each week you can all be shuffled around on different tasks, whatever's the item for that week. But the question, I guess, another way of looking at it is how many unfilled staff positions do we have? Because you mentioned that of filling staff. How many open positions do you have that you would like to have working on this?
We have, I don't know how many vacant positions we have across the city off the top of my head. That's not a number I have access to in the moment. I know that in our planning department, we have at least a couple of positions that are open, that are currently out for recruitment, that we are working to fill. Some of them may work on tasks here. Some may work on other tasks like reviewing current planning projects. So it's not something that we analyze and kind of break down into that form.
Okay, but in general, what we're looking at here is a staffing deficit of a few people.
I want to be hesitant in confirming that because, as we said, it is across multiple departments that these efforts occur.
Okay.
My knowledge is focused on planning, and each of them would, some might work on some of these, some might work on other tasks.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thanks. A quick question, is this made in Word or Excel, this table?
For updating with cross-departmental staff, it is actually Excel, and then we work with Word to make it legible.
To make it more legible than it was originally, and there were some instances where the wording was getting cut off when it was in Excel, so we were trying to produce it in a way that was going to be as accessible as possible.
So the reason I asked is because of this redlining question, which is easy in a Word document but harder in Excel. And I was just looking it up to see, is there a tool in the computer science world, we call it a diff. You compare two files and get a diff, it prints it out and says this file has this file has that. But that's not necessarily a feature of Excel, but there is a tool out there to compare two spreadsheets, and it will tell you the difference. So it's reasonable. Reason I'm mentioning that is I recognize the feasibility is probably on your mind of whether or not you can do what was asked. So just wanted to say it's possible.
Thank you for that suggestion. In Word documents, you can take two documents and compare them to get a track changes. Sometimes it looks a little funky, but there is definitely room for us to explore, say, even if we're working on it in Excel, to then convert it into a Word document and compare the two, the original and then the updated version, to see if that can produce us something like what's being requested.
Sounds like you have a good plan. I mean, as long as it's feasible, I just wanted to make sure that we discuss the feasibility, because it is a big ask, but I think it would be very helpful too.
Thank you. Vice Chair Chang.
So I have kind of two sets of questions. One is the first area of questions is regarding how the current status is coded. In other words, is it coming in from every single department? Okay, so I'm getting nods from staff. And so my piece of feedback there is that it doesn't seem to be consistent across departments, which I'm sure is something that Ms. Cha is battling with all the time. So just a couple things that I noticed. I'm sure there's more. Mostly, I think that there's fewer things that are pending than are actually pending. In other words, so if you look at packet page 22, item C1.13.1, it talks about determining the potential for the city to share use of PAUSD facilities. And it says, under staff comments, this is an ongoing task. So then my question would be, why isn't it just ongoing as the completion status? And so I think that it may look worse. I don't know what, like, it may look like we're not doing as much as we are doing. And so that things, it may be worth checking into some of these. Or maybe I don't understand what the definition of ongoing is.
Thank you for that comment. And that is actually something that at a staff level we have identified as something to look at in the coming year for the next round, to make sure that we are identifying that. Because from my perspective, when something is either ongoing or completed, those are really the same bucket. It's saying, yeah, we're doing the work. There isn't something that's waiting to be done, but we want to make sure that we are being consistent with how we portray that. There are some things where you do an initial effort, and then it is something that just becomes part of our general processes, and so it could be labeled as completed.
Exactly. So as I went through, because where I was more focused as I was reviewing this was looking at the pending, because that's sort of the most concerning. Like, if the city said we wanted to do it and we haven't started doing it, is that an intentional, like, deprioritization? Is it lack of resources, or is it literally pending? Like, we're planning on doing it, we know it's just coming later, right? So I was just sort of scanning the pending items, and there was another one, for example, on packet page 35, L2.4.6, talking about exploring the changing of the transfer development rights. And the staff comments column says the existing TDR process is being evaluated as part of the downtown housing plan. So to me, that would be in progress. So again, I just think that it's not like, it as currently presented, it makes it sound like things aren't being done on many of these items, and actually staff is hard at work on them. Then my second area of questions sort of around the prioritization. So in certain items, it says, this has not been started due to staff priorities. So who determines the prioritization, and how is the prioritization determined for all of these?
Thank you for that question. I think that does come back to the earlier discussion of council priorities. When there are limited resources, which there always are to some extent, then there is a choice. There are some things that staff can do and incorporate it into the way that we do our general work, but if it's a new work effort, then generally that needs to be something that is directed by council or occasionally by the city manager, depending on the level of the task.
So then, very related to that, you had mentioned that when council's setting its priorities and there's room for more, that they can look at these programs. Does the pending list actually, is that an input into the council retreat or council, like, is it formally part of the inputs that are for the annual prioritization that council creates?
I don't know in the last few years whether it has been or not, but as I look at what are the tasks for the planning department that are moving forward, and we're looking at what are some of the additional things we could potentially do, that's one of the sources of information that I would bring forward. At this time, because of the housing element and the state laws, there really hasn't been an opportunity to bring that as a suggestion for additional tasks, but it is something that we've talked about for when we do.
Okay, because I think maybe when this came before us last time, that was one of my suggestions, is to include a page of just the items, because as I look at this, there was one item where I said, oh, we, the PTC, have actually seen something come before us where it would be really beneficial for us the city, to make progress on the item. And that one was on packet page 21, C1.6.1, establish a program to facilitate continuing corporate support. And so we saw the project on Cupperly, and there was some mention of potentially, getting corporate support for that, and it could be game-changing if we were actually able to do that. And so I'm not sure that council like, based on my interactions with council members, I don't think they're, deep in the comp plan. And I think that the team, like the city, everybody who was involved in the comp plan was very thoughtful at the time. And if we aren't then kind of proactively, at the time we set goals, referring back to sort of our strategic planning and our priorities, not that those are set in stone, but if we aren't reminding ourselves, then that's lost information and we lose the value of that work, which I see so often. We put all this work into plans. Later on tonight, we're going to be looking at the BPTP, the bike ped plan, and then yet as we do other projects, we're not necessarily constantly referring back to it as often as we should. And so I think that just the pending list might be a really good input. Thanks.
Seeing no other lights, and that's an excellent segue into the question I wanted to ask. So I have received personally some feedback from a council member that PTC should be acting more often to maintain and modify the comp plan. Now, this commission has recommended modifications that were proposed by staff, but to my knowledge, we haven't initiated any requests for changes. So the question I have is, for our future reference, what is the process we would use to do that?
So I think there are a couple of techniques or processes that come to mind in the moment. One would be if there were policies or programs that you identified as candidates for update as you're doing this annual review, that providing those to staff at this time or in the future, that's something that, since we take this report and we report it out to council, that is a way to convey those suggestions going forward. And as I said, then also as we identify things that are causing a problem or could have significant benefit, we do try to identify those as potential future priorities when there is capacity for council. When council does have their priority setting discussion, that is an opportunity for anyone from the community, planning commissioners included, to participate and suggest, make public comment as well. So there are a number of different ways. Doing it during this annual review is probably a strong candidate, though this report doesn't necessarily get to them before next year's priorities. So I do want to point that out, that the timing ends up being the opposite order. Though I can say, as you can see, how much work we are currently trying to get done and really needing to prioritize the housing element and state law implementation. At this point, I don't believe there's going to be significant capacity or much capacity to add tasks.
Sure, and I didn't mean to imply that there was a long list waiting of those to be sent to you.
I've got my own list.
Yeah. But just to understand what process we should use to do it, the annual review is an excellent time to do that, but we don't really have enough lead time to make that work. So I think necessarily, if we had suggestions to give to you, that it would be extended sometime in the future after receiving the annual report. And just to recap, what we're saying is the sort of semi-formal process that's described in the packet for this, on packet page 11, if I remember correctly, for this item. What that really boils down to is suggestions from us to you, to staff, and particularly to you, I suspect, as liaison. That's the methodology we should be keeping in mind.
Correct. That is the best process.
Okay. I second the many comments that have been made about the excellent work that you have here, and we've had some great suggestions for improvement. My fellow commissioners, do you have anything else you would like to comment on tonight? All right, it's time for a motion. I move staff's recommendation with the note that the staff report has a date that needs to be corrected, but the presentation was correct.
Second.
Mr. DeVetto, would you call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner G?
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang?
Yes.
Chair Aiken?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you all. All right. Our next action item tonight is agenda item number 3, the Palo Alto link review, which for everyone paying attention to the packet starts on page 127. So could we have the staff presentation, please?
Good evening, PTC Commissioners. My name is Nathan Baird. I am a Transportation Planning Manager in the Office of Transportation. I also have Ria Hudebarat-Lowe here, Sylvia Starlack, and we also have a representative from VIA, our Palo Alto link, in the crowd if any specific questions for them come up. Next slide. Thank you, Sam. So a little bit of background. 2017, we have a Palo Alto transit vision document that kind of really kicked off this whole public discussion about what our transit options are. That document really focused on our shuttle systems, the shuttles that existed at the time, and potential expansions that could happen to those shuttles. Council, when they reviewed it, they really suggested that we consider flex transit models. In the years after that, there was a little bit more progress made on looking at the shuttle options, but then 2020 came along, we canceled our shuttle program, and then we pursued funding from VTA for an innovative transit service to pursue particularly microtransit, which was sort of taking off in the Bay Area at that time. We won that funding. We began service March 7th, 2023 with VIA, also known as Nomad Transit. We've made several refinements that I'll get to a little bit later in response to council and the public. And then this past June, council discussed kind of the service continuation, considering kind of the unknown grant funds that were kind of winding down. Next slide, Sam. So on the 16th, when we had on the 17th the item scheduled, we were told to wind it down because we knew that the VTA funding had been all used up. We had kind of an unknown status on other grants that we were pursuing. On the next day, we said it would kind of make sense to extend the contract, see what the status will be on those grants that we requested, and then have some conversation with the public, with PTC, with City Council about what to do about our what has been a pilot service. Next slide. So that was all the slides real quick. Our service currently operates 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. through most of the city. We don't go to the Baylands, we don't go to the hills. It's an on-demand service, point to point, usually to the nearest intersection. For seniors and disabled, we do provide address to address, curb to curb service, not door to door, but curb to curb. Yeah, and we've highlighted in this map some of the more popular destinations, including our Caltrain downtown, some of our medical centers, and some shopping areas. Next slide. This was a slide that we presented to council in June. It kind of summarizes our kind of current understanding of vulnerable users and their usage of it. Please note this is not additive. Some folks fall in multiple categories, but 30% of our users are seniors, 15% are low income, 15% are youth, 5% are people with disabilities. We also have a significant number of veterans who use the service. Next slide. Funding outlook and options. This kind of summarizes the most recent history. We, through the end of this past fiscal year, June, we finalized the VTA Innovative Transit Funds. We also spent down our first Transportation for Clean Air grant that we received. We partnered with VIA to write that application. That focuses on trips that replace single occupancy vehicle trips, takes VMT off the road. SRP began as a $31,000 subsidy per month. They provide the full fare for all trips into and out of SRP, and then we renegotiated in the same time frame. SRP is Stanford Research Park. We renegotiated after that first several months, after their fiscal year ended, which is on a different timeline, a percentage-based. So we went from 31K to around 35 to 45K per month, and it's based on their percentage of the service that they utilize. This current fiscal year, we did win a second TFCA fund. Those funds were sort of undersubscribed in the Bay Area, so that was made available to us as well. Those funds are good through the end of this fiscal year or the following fiscal year. The current staff plan right now is to utilize all of those funds this fiscal year. We also have up to $600,000 from SRP again. Fares are a minor percentage of the whole cost. And then we have a general fund budget of $250. That's the same amount that they were, City Council was originally willing to fund through the end of December, but the additional grant funds we got helps us stretch that out. We will utilize as little of that as possible. We've really significantly lowered our spend per month based on kind of council feedback that the cost really has been an issue for us as a city. And then that last column really kind of identifies the unknown funding future for us. Next slide. So we went through kind of an extensive back and forth with our current provider. We also did a little bit of research on, shuttle costs comparatively. It's really hard to compare them. There's some real trade-offs in microtransit versus fixed route, and we can talk through some of that. I'm really keen on learning what you all think, or what your preferences would be in terms of the transit vision for the city, and what our preferences really are. There's a number of benefits to the current model, but shuttle routes are different and provide some different benefits that we can potentially talk through. We've also talked about what if we just subsidized, via TNC trips. We have some of our partners who do that, Stanford Healthcare, in talks with them. They do provide some trips where they just subsidize workers who work late, who took transit in, they'll just subsidize a Uber Lyft ride for them, and what could that entail? And there's some real trade-offs, costs to that involved as well. Next slide. So currently, we're really having this conversation now because City Council has not expressed much support for continuing general fund subsidy to the service beyond the end of this fiscal year. What amount of subsidy for Palo Alto Link or other Palo Alto-based transit is most appropriate, if any? What form of transit is most desirable? Shuttle routes, circulators, vulnerable users focus. There's some express concern from council that we've been subsidizing just trips for the general public where we could focus it. In conversations with VIA, there's some real concern about ridership and what those impacts could be if we focused it just on vulnerable users. Potentially that really reduces some of our efficiency. So we would probably end up with higher costs per trip rather than the efficient costs that we're at right now for what is an on-demand transit system that provides a lot of coverage area for us, but not as much stopped in city mobility at select locations that a fixed route would do. Next slide. That's the end of our presentation. Really happy to take any questions. I didn't provide a good recommendation here, but we are keen to bring your feedback back to City Council. If there is a recommendation that the commission can kind of come together on as council considers these same concerns, that is beneficial.
Thank you, Mr. Baird. So it's time for clarifying questions pre-public comment. I see we have Commissioner Dr. Peterson, Vice Chair Chang, and then Commissioner James.
Thank you, Chair. So being the resident walker here, I don't own a vehicle, so this is something I actually see the value in. I downloaded the app originally. I never actually used it, but I think I'm not the target of, as you said, the goal was not to have people generally using it. It was for this to be a service for segments of the community where this really was their only mode of transportation. I typically like to walk. I walk pretty much everywhere in town. I think everybody else does because I see everybody else walking with me. We have a great walking path system here. But I also know not everybody is, able to walk all over town. And I can see the value of this program and that it does get used. Do you have a metric of what percentage of utilization it has? Are the drivers 100% of the time utilize, or is there a percentage of idle time?
So there's a number of different metrics that VIA provides for us to kind of gauge the efficiency of the service. One of the ones is number of rides provided by driver service hour. Compared to similar services in similar sized cities with suburban layouts, we're doing really well.
Okay.
We provide very high efficiency. That has been in part because we've been trying to spend less. And so we do have, we've outlaid in the report, some costs and some usability concerns because of that. But we are very efficient compared to other similar services. I think it's around 3.1, 3.2 rides provided per service hour. And there's another metric they look at is the booked seats, the percentage of the time that the seats are carrying somebody that we have. That's above 50% or so, which is very good. I know that our shuttle routes had more rides per day, but there's probably more seats available as well.
Okay.
Underutilized space.
So that answers the question I had, which is, this is a service that's being used, that's going to be sorely missed if it's shut down. There's definitely a community here that's using this. There's a lot of people that aren't. My wife's a community health nurse, and she doesn't use this service. She probably should be. That's probably a demographic where you'd want the community health nurse somewhat subsidized in their costs without not relying on a personal vehicle, but relying on the public transportation. And this is the type of service that would allow somebody that's mobile as a community nurse to be able to get to each of those individual houses of at-risk people in our community to provide that home care. Okay, I'll hold the rest of my question past that clarifying question. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Chang.
So are the TFCA grants that we've received, are they, we haven't been able, obviously, to apply for the future because we don't know what type of system we will have. But are they only available for a service like this or a shuttle? Would they be available for something like a subsidy of Uber and Lyft rides?
The TFCA program is fairly open. So yeah, it does support rideshare, it does support bike and ped programs. Their main concern is removing vehicle miles off the road.
Okay. So then another question I have is, so Santa Clara County has the paratransit service. Is that something that would serve, is that overlapping with the services that we provide at all, like for the audience that is disabled, for example?
I would say that the audience is similar, but there is a difference between the types of service that it provides. So those services are booked ahead of time and are often used for medical trips. Some of the same folks will use this for visiting friends or the library or picking up medication, or, it's a broader use case for a similar population. Those are also more folks who are have higher medical need, and sometimes those will involve door-to-door help. This service does not provide door-to-door help. You need to be able to have someone help you, or if you can wheel yourself to the curb where we pick you up, the drivers will help you get your wheelchair into a vehicle if needed. Yeah.
So are you saying that the paratransit application, like the people who would actually be approved for that is much more limited than, say, so not every wheelchair-bound person would be eligible for paratransit, is that correct, or?
Or they would be eligible, but not necessarily use it all the time.
Because paratransit's only allowed to be used for?
You have to book ahead.
Okay, but can it be used for anything, including a trip to the grocery store?
That
or
I'm
is
not
it
clear.
only
Yes,
to?
yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Thank you.
So just to clarify, the answer to that last one was yes?
Yes.
For the record.
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Thank you. I guess I was sort of focused on and want to get clarification of, you talked about it, this service is very efficient compared to other like services. And I kept kind of, when I was going through and noodling with the numbers, I kept looking at it sort of compared to like private sector, rideshare. And it looked really expensive to me by comparison. It felt like, we were looking at, I don't want to take my math, but just in my back of the envelope, it looked like the average trip was like 3.3 miles or something. And I did the back of the envelope, and that looked like it was maybe $30 a ride or something like that. And, comparatively, I think he would be, even Waymo was like $10 to $15 for that length. And I'm lifting. And Uber would be much less, I think. So I guess I'm trying to work out this, like, what, if we've got a certain number of dollars to spend, where can we get the most efficiency out of it? So I'm trying to square that in my head. I also had a question about I realized in the report it talked about like wheelchair access was kind of a limitation there, and I was also interested in the VTA paratransit as, filling that gap. But I guess maybe let me flip it around the other way and say, like, what do you see as the drawbacks to, like, if we were taking the same dollars and putting it in just similar private sector ride share, what's the drawback to that? I mean, if we're getting more trips at a lower cost, and we can stopgap over here with wheelchair access on VTA, which sounds like it's not perfect, right? It's a little less convenient, you have to think ahead. But I just kind of like to ask in a kind of open-ended way, what are the gaps there that you see that we can't fill with what's
other things on.
So there's a few things there, I think, that are pertinent. VTA, we're in the corner of the VTA service area. We're at the very edge of the county. So even before 2020, they were wanting to reduce the number of rides that come here. So it kind of, TNCs can kind of fill some of that same gap, but this helps us provide a public service, whereas, we don't have any control over the fares. We don't have any control of the kind of context that we provide for the drivers. The drivers are highly vetted for this public service. The city branding on the vehicles gives a lot of trust for the users that are using it. Parents feel very comfortable with the service, putting their kids on it. So there's a little bit more vetting, a little bit more city control over how this operates. I am in very frequent contact with our provider. An algorithm decided where all the stops should be at first, but we have a lot of high control over those individual stops, and we frequently edit them based on user feedback. Someone will say, well, this spot where it dropped me, where the algorithm dropped me the first time, the next time we're able to change it. We just know that there's not quite as much high touch with someone like Uber or Lyft. I think the other real concern is the funding partnerships that we have established with Stanford Research Park. Stanford Research Park has been a very good partner. They subsidize the entire trip cost of every ride that they utilize. And you have to really imagine that that helps any transit service. The more people using it, the more efficient you can be. There's some scale there that really helps us spread the city funds, use our city funds more usefully and targetedly. And so, they're funding 35 to 45% of the monthly costs, and that really does help lessen our dependency upon city funds too. Yeah, so with the TNC, if we just threw money at TNC and said, we wouldn't necessarily have that partnership anymore. Oh yeah, and the other thing is most of our fleet is EV. We have 7 EVs. We have 2 hybrid vehicles that are the wheelchair accessible vehicles, and we don't have any control over the vehicle fleet emissions with the TNC programs.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering, on packet page 131, you have a diagram of the usage of the service. For those, when I ask questions about transportation may sound like a broken record, are these origin and destination trips, or is this just kind of usage? Help me understand what this diagram is.
I believe that's the hexagon
Yes, that's the
map.
one.
Yeah, so the hexagon map is useful for us to see trips that are just spread out across our whole service area. So the darker the hexagon, the more trips that are starting or originating in that hexagon. And this really kind of paints a picture of this type of coverage-based area that a microtransit serves versus if you can imagine any of our previous shuttle routes, where they started and where they ended, there's real good usage by folks who are closest to where the stops are, but it doesn't serve the whole area. And, these hexagon densities will change month to month, day to day based on, what's happening in the city. I think since 2020, we're in a much more dynamic transportation and transit world, and that is a real advantage of this type of service and the kind of context that we're in. And again, at the end of the service area where trunk lines, pass through our city and are potentially ending here with less ridership in seats than, the middle of a long VTA bus line. By the time they get to the edge of the county, there's a lot of empty seats there. And so VTA, since 2020 has been decreasing the amount of bus service that they send to us. Starting or ending, yeah.
Okay, maybe let me get a little bit closer to where I'm going with this. I'm wondering, do we know where there are very popular trips? So like, for example, do we know like, oh, people love to go from downtown Palo Alto to the research park or something like that? Because this map doesn't really show kind of like those origin destination pairs. This kind of just shows a general pattern. So I was wondering if we had any information on that. In particular, the way my mind is thinking about that is if we decide that a shuttle may be the answer, we may want to try to like route along those origin destination pairs. So I was just wondering if we had any information on that, and if so, what have we learned?
It is really interesting to see those maps. VIA has provided a number of those maps for us for some of these darker hexagons. And you have to really imagine that every single hotspot in our city has ridership dispersed across the city. And so coming up with a route or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 like is actually a little bit difficult for us to figure out. And VIA's offered a number of services to us to help us like consider that. They do provide shuttles in other places. They used to, and in our scope of work, are tasked with helping us consider where those might be or what kind of use they might be. But again, because of our location in the county, because of where our Caltrain stops and our job centers are, so our train stops, our job centers, our medical facilities, those are all places that folks are going, our shopping centers. And then if you look individually at all of those hotspots, they are getting trips from throughout the city and the other hotspots.
I think that answer in and of itself was already interesting enough for me. Thank you.
All right. We'll have a chance to get into this in more depth after public comments. So now is a good time for those. Mr. Tavera, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, through the chair, I have one request to speak at the moment. I would like to invite Alex V. To the mic.
If I can interrupt just a second, Mr. Templeton, is this, you're after? Okay. Yes, please proceed.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, commissioners. And I want to say thank you to Nathan and his team. I'm a 18-year-long resident in Palo Alto, 3 kids, one of whom is a 23-year-old special needs boy. Went through the Palo Alto system, and at the end of it, it was a great experience, and at the end of it, built a really good relationship with the VA up on Miranda. And we were trying to figure out how, he's pretty severely disabled, but with a coach, he can go and be guided and directed. And so during his post-secondary years, he developed they made a space for him to make coffee for people who didn't want to pay for Starbucks, basically. And these folks would come by, and it became just a part of his life, a contribution that he could make to the community. What made that so good was Palo Alto Link. I just want to address a couple things I heard during the general questions, and with all due respect, I just want to say financially, in terms of your numbers about Lyft, Uber, and Link beats them all in spades. Like if I just did I just got my apps going, Uber or Lyft can be $20. I can have my son go from our house on Lewis Road all the way to Miranda for $5. Nothing beats that. And that's back and back forth. That's about, it ends up being about $11 a day for us. And you add that up, that can be $40 to $50 a month. But you talk Uber, you're talking hundreds of dollars. So I just want to say, I use it and can testify to that. We've used paratransit. Paratransit is nothing in comparison. It's a tricycle compared to a Cadillac with the services we're getting with Link. They only give you a window when they can come, and if you're not there, they just move, they just leave. It's very difficult to arrange. My wife had a very hard time with it. So I would say neither of those are good options. I just wanted to make two comments. I wanted to ask a couple things. One, the committee and the transportation folks would consider actually allowing coaches or caregivers of people that are riding at a disabled fare also to be able to ride at a disabled fare. Because the only reason they're riding is to be with the person who's disabled. They're not using the service for another means. And if you just keep it as is, it'll be great. But I would say we won't even be affected if they were to raise the rates, if they were able to still keep them lower for special needs folks and their caregivers. So I just want to give a massively strong endorsement for this, and would answer any questions if you want to know from somebody who actually uses the service.
Thank you.
And through the chair, I have no other public comment cards and no other raised hands on Zoom.
I'm surprised. I thought we'd have more comment for this item. I have Commissioner Templeton, then Peterson, Chang, and Heckman in that order, I believe.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure whether to ask these in clarifying questions or later, but I wanted to hold off so we can have a little bit of a discussion here. First, I want to acknowledge our public commenter. I appreciate you sharing your perspective. We definitely need to figure out that use case. So some of my comments are not going to necessarily apply to that. Don't panic. We'll still figure this out. So how many rides did the $4.7 million, can you pull that slide back up? How many rides it was?
We're working on that. Let's see if we can pull that up. What packet page?
I am on packet page 131.
Yep.
In our performance section. We've got 3,000 to 6,000 per month. Since the service began through the end of October, we served 137,000 rides.
So in 6 months, you did 137,000 rides?
No. It is,
2 years and 6 months?
yeah, 2 years and 6 months.
Okay. And that's the $4.7 million, or is that an annual?
The 4.7 is through the end of this fiscal year.
So that's an annual fare?
It's a
cost?
That's an
of the
annual
program?
cost. There's a bit of an estimate in there.
And does that include staff time, or is that just the
It's
cost?
just the driver service hours. Yeah.
The reason I'm asking is, I'm always going to try and challenge and try and have a good discussion. So know that I appreciate you, and I'm really glad that you came here and we're talking about this. But so if I were to buy an annual pass for seniors to VTA with that money, I would be able to buy over 14,000 annual passes. It feels like that's a better deal.
I would say it depends.
You don't have to answer. I'm just going to say that. It feels like that's a better deal. So the downsides you were mentioning before concern me because we do have a lot of transit options in Palo Alto, and I think that one of the reasons that we're hearing from VTA that they're not as excited about North County is because we're not using it. We're not driving the use of that. And we have also the Stanford Marguerite, which is something that Stanford's funding as well. And I'm just wondering if this program goes away, would that be something that the Department of Transportation would be encouraging? So in the absence of Palo Alto Link, and we still have our goals that are stated at the beginning, which is a convenient, efficient public transit system that provides a viable alternative to driving would be met by options like that. And you've mentioned several others in addition to VTA and Marguerite. Is there, that's not included in the table of options. Is that something you guys have considered and would state in front of the council that this is an option, but we don't recommend it?
The Palo Alto Link doesn't have much overlap with the Marguerite. If the Marguerite served the rest of the city, I think.
Well, it used to go to the research park, does it not anymore?
Yeah, so they also cut some of their shuttles and they replaced some of those shuttles with what the service that they provide.
So
for
if
us.
Palo Alto Link disappeared, they would then use their money to reinstate those shuttles, perhaps,
Not
potentially. We don't know.
We don't know.
Okay. So, yeah, so that's one of the things I'm thinking about, because, this city has a pretty strong relationship with VTA, right? We've got a council member on their board, and this is a long-standing relationship. And if we needed, if one of the pushbacks of why don't we just use VTA is they don't serve us enough, why wouldn't we, as a city, say, we'll be able to subsidize thousands of seniors and students using the bus if you will increase the routes up here. I know we have routes that go to Gunn High School. We have routes that go up and down El Camino. There have been in the past routes that go into Midtown and to Mitchell Park. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is the case for not using the existing infrastructure has not been made because we have the luxury of being able to use this system that's customized for us. And we are really enjoying it, and I'm hearing that from the community as well. But what could we get if we poured that into the system that exists, right? And if the answer is no, we need to keep funding it so people can get a cheaper Uber from the Palo Alto train station to the shopping mall, they could take the Marguerite to the shopping mall. It would be fine, right? But to what extent do we have influence? And I think that was the point that you were making that resonated the most is, are we able to influence the frequency and the quality of the rides that people would get on VTA and the Marguerite more frequency, VTA more quality. And so for the cost, I think that's something to think about. We definitely do have a gap in general for people with disabilities and special needs, and that's something that sounds like we could do even better with our current system. But I really want to say that if we're having, what was it, 15% were students? Was it 15% of the riders were students? And what is the number of rides like? Is that something that we could subsidize and have students ride the bus, or?
We've been actively trying to discourage particularly school trips by students.
Okay.
We're open, the council directed that. If we wanted to, limit it further, we could.
What does that mean? You don't want students carpooling to school with Palo Alto Link? They
Yes.
need to be biking?
We would
that
rather they
the
be
idea?
bicycling or walking, yes.
So the
Or school bus.
use cases that I'm thinking about are people who are, at this time of year, staying late to do, band or theater or football, and biking home at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, forgetting to put their lights on and things like that. And there are cases when it would be more appropriate for them to take a ride from some other public service. So what I'm trying to say is, I think there are so many people in Palo Alto who enjoy riding their bikes, and there are so many people who would enjoy taking the bus instead of Palo Alto Link if that was an option. And the reason I'm saying that is if you really do have to spare this, if you have to cut this program back, can you exchange for certain groups of users of Palo Alto Link some alternative for them, such as the city could subsidize, like Stanford subsidizes the train, we could subsidize the bus or whatever it might be. We're not going to subsidize Uber, that's very expensive. I totally agree with that. But we are subsidizing this, and if we're in danger of cutting it back, we should think about alternatives and systems that already exist. So for now, I'll stop. I have more for later. Thank you.
Thank you. That was insightful comment. Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to push back on a little bit on that. From my observation of public transit, most people prefer to take the bus and the Caltrain first, just because everybody likes to walk, they like the freedom of that, and to not have to use the, if you're using Lyft, that's usually the last option. So I would push back that the riders could be served by a bus route, simply because if they could be, they would already be using it. They wouldn't be using the service. They would be simply walking to their local bus stop and using that, and they probably do as a preference. Just looking at the map here, you can see that it's almost equally distributed across the entire city, people coming from individual points, going to clusters of businesses and service points, and then riding back from those points. And what that's telling me is this is filling the last mile, which is all those gaps in the system. This is the glue that fills in all those in-between places that allows, people who don't have the ability to drive, that this is that piece that fills in between where the bus route doesn't go, where the Caltrain doesn't go, and the Marguerite doesn't go, to be able to live, still within that domain. And then that creates a health for our community, because, like you said, the vehicles are electric, which is also helping to keep out other polluting vehicles. A lot of the Uber and the Lyft vehicles are not well maintained. Everyone has ridden in one, has noticed half the vehicles probably shouldn't be on the road even, because they're basically overused taxis with 500,000 miles on them. Whereas now we have, just in our community, clean vehicles that are safe, serving the community here, which I don't think it's a service that we should be looking at cutting. I think it's a service where we should be looking at how do we fund it, because I think it's a time problem. It's not that in the future it's not going to work. It's just that right now it's in that early stage startup point where it just needs still to be bridged from the starting point to when it's self-sustainable. And the key piece in that is the Stanford contribution, because the Stanford is going to use the general use permit negotiation, which means if they're contributing now, there's a very good chance they'll contribute even more in the very near future when they're negotiating their GUP. Because I think this would be number one to ask Stanford, what are your trips per day in and out of campus? And to mitigate that impact, could you contribute to our excellent community mitigation service, which is the link? And then on top of that, one of the suggestions I want to put out there is we do parking mitigation. I don't know what those are, TDM, TRM, what's the acronym for that? TDMs. Would businesses be willing to, as part of their TDM, provide a voucher, kind of like a parking voucher, but instead of a parking voucher, it's a public transit, a link voucher where they contribute just like Stanford does. And then we as the Planning Commission give them reduced parking requirements because they're contributing towards the link program. especially the medical centers. You know, we just had one where, over here on El Camino, we just gave them a TDM, which could have included the link contribution, because I'm sure probably a lot of people are going to that facility, the caregivers and things like that. So I see a lot of solutions here, and I don't think they're actually that far away. I think they're just a couple steps ahead of us, and just right now, they're not here, but very soon they will be. So I'll leave it there, and I'll have more comments later.
Is that a response in the works there, or? Oh, Mr. Elected, would you care to respond to Commissioner Peterson's suggestions about TDMs? Is this something we have used, and could we make more use of it?
Yeah, thanks for the question. We have, Sylvia Starlack, Transportation Planning Manager. Because this service is a pilot, we have been hesitant to write it into TDM programs. If we have, or if it appears in a TDM program, it's part of what the existing conditions are for the current, the current condition. And of course, if it's existing, when a building comes online, great, they can use it, but we're not going to rely on it at this point because council has told us to wind it down, so I'm not going to do that. Thanks.
Commissioner Peterson, does that give you the context you're looking for?
It does. So again, we're looking for a solution for how do we bridge it, because with Stanford funding, now we have TDM funding that is also, everyone waits to see if something's successful before you buy in, but it sounds like if the program pencils out, we got a lot of additional funding sources that are unutilized.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Chang.
We'll get you a
All right,
new one.
this one seems to be working. Mr. Baird, could you pull up, could you pull up the chart that showed the costs per year and then the final rightmost column? There was a slide on it. The rightmost column had, kind of question marks.
Yes, I think Sam will be right back and he can bring it up, but I can, the costs, when we first started were about, I think they were running about nearly 1.8 million per year.
So the
we've
cost
got
that
our-
I'm specifically interested in is cost to the city. What we were not able to have offset by either grants or by Stanford contribution.
Yeah, so it's less than 10% over the course of the 2.5 years that we've been piloting the program.
So, because I remember seeing something about $0 to $250,000 or
So
something
we
like that.
have up to $250,000 of general funds.
So that's the cost to
designated
the city this year?
For this year. But we will likely not spend very much of that either. So over the course of the 2.5 years through the end of June 2026, the cost to the city will likely be in the 5% or less range over the course of the whole pilot.
And then if we continued it next year, how much would it be out of the general fund?
So that's where the big question marks are.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to see the,
Yeah, so
there we go.
are. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, so Stanford Research Park, they give us an up to amount, but they spend less than that because they will only spend based on their usage per month. And so we've been in about the 85 to 95K per month spend currently. When we began the service, we were spending much more per month because we were very concerned about some of the service costs or the number of people that were missing rides. We were trying to keep that down. But because we saw the funding, the grant funding coming to an end, because we knew City Council has been very concerned about the monthly spend, We've been asking VIA to get their spend down. They still will try to allocate their driver hours to the busiest times. But yeah, the report lays out some of those kind of costs and benefits that we've gone through. But at a large level, the first full fiscal year of the service was 1.5 per year. The next one, we got it down to 1.2, and that's about where we are now.
Okay, so it's 1.2, and depending on if we get a grant or not, that might shave another $450,000 off of it. Is that what we're saying? So then really,
we did get a second TFCA grant.
I know, but so for the future, if we were to, I'm just trying to understand, like, what is it that City Council is not willing to spend? It's the $250,000 that City Council is not willing to spend. Is that correct?
Well, I think, Ria Hooch-Barrett, Chief Transportation Official, when Council was deliberating on this, it wasn't clear to them how much Stanford was subsidising. So what they were not willing to do was spend $1.1 million.
Yes, so that's because I think that, so my point of feedback, because I'm confused on it too, and was confused on it, and had run some quick back of the envelope numbers, thinking, oh, this is not a big deal, if we were to subsidize a Lyft or Lyft or Uber. And I hear loud and clear what the member of the public said, which is out of pocket for his family, paying for a Lyft or Uber is too much. But what I was trying to understand is how much would it actually cost for just the vulnerable population rides, right? Because there's a whole bunch of these rides that are, just average people using this. And if what we're really trying to do is, and this is something up for discussion, what is our really goal, what is our real goal? But if part of our goal is to serve these vulnerable populations, how much would it actually cost to pay for just Uber and Lyft rides for that population? And so it's not clear, like when, we keep saying the $1.2 million price tag, that's not really the price tag to the city of Palo Alto, and I think that's really important to understand. It's really important for us to understand, because when Commissioner Templeton talks about being able to buy 14,000 VTA passes, which is what I thought we could do based on, my reading of the packet, that's actually not true, because we can't use the up to $600,000 that Stanford is forking into it to pay for those VTA passes. And so that was not clearly, I didn't get that, and now I do. All that said, from a big picture, kind of like how functional is this service? As a mode of public transportation, I'm really worried that it is not a viable service for several reasons. The first is that if 1 in 5 times you're trying to ride the bus just didn't show up, that wouldn't work. You just can't use the bus anymore, and you don't know when that might be. And we definitely saw the public comments coming in about that problem as we've scaled back service. And so it's, no, sorry, thank you for the clarification. That's not a problem that the buses have, and although you certainly hear about it from colleagues, I would hear about it from fellow commuters all the time. If the train was late, if the bus was late, you hear about it. It's a big deal. So and it's not 1 in 5 of the time. So for this service, I'm worried about that because people can't really rely on it unless they have a lot of flexibility in their schedule. Secondly, students are blacked out from it, essentially, intentionally blacked out from it. And so it doesn't, in terms of that initial goal of sort of a public transit system that takes cars off the street, it might do it for a subset of people, but it doesn't necessarily meet that need overall. I'm really glad we did the pilot, though. And then finally, it's $26 a trip. If you were to say, do you want to pay $26 to get from point A to point B in Palo Alto, nobody would go for that. And so that means that if Palo Alto is subsidizing it, Palo Alto needs to be getting a significant benefit from it. For example, viable public transit for people who don't have cars, which I question that. Or 2, taking a substantial number of vehicles off the street, which, given the number of rides that it's doing, it's not necessarily doing that either. So I am worried about that. Initially, as I was without fully understanding the cost to Palo Alto picture, I was thinking, okay, well, maybe if what we're really worried about in terms of canceling this pilot is serving those vulnerable populations, what's another way that we could do that? Which is why I was asking the question and clarifying questions about paratransit. And so I was thinking maybe some combination of paratransit plus city subsidy of TNCs would be a way for us to spend less money overall. I'm not totally clear on that necessarily, because in my quick back of the envelope that I did last night, I was looking at like the 53% vulnerable population, average population or average number of rides is like 4,500 a year, right? Because you said 3,000 to 6,000. Sorry, 4,500 a month, because you said it's somewhere between 3,000 and 6,000 a month. And the number I came up with was something slightly under 500,000. And I thought, oh, great, that's way less than 1.2 million. The problem with that analysis that I did is Palo Alto is not spending that much money right now because it's been so heavily subsidized. So I'm not sure I have a solution for this, but I do think that we have it's not really meeting the goals, and what we need to do is figure out how we meet the needs of the vulnerable audience. And then final question is, right now, how are we able to identify that the writer is disabled or a senior or part of a vulnerable population?
So when you open the app or you call a booking agent via a phone line, you identify yourself within app. There's a discounted fares section where you toggle those on. I have talked to many seniors and disabled about how to do that.
And is it just an honor system thing?
Yeah, it's just self-selection. VIA has talked about, they do have some capacity. It would take some, their product team would have to do it. We could do some means testing, required means testing, but there's some cost involved with that. And sometimes it just becomes a prohibition to service.
Right, no, that's actually very helpful, because in that world where, let's say, we did, as Palo Alto, decide to subsidize TNCs for vulnerable audiences, how would we determine who's vulnerable? And there's quite an administrative burden potentially there. So right now, it's an honor system issue. That's how we're gathering the data. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, those are my thoughts for now.
Commissioner Heckman.
So I've heard a lot from my fellow commissioners that resonates with me. I think Palo Alto Link is a really noble idea that is meeting economic reality as our initial pilot funding, is finished. Public transit is subsidized transit. I think that's true everywhere in the U.S. I've heard there are some places overseas where it's actually paying for itself, but we haven't figured that out. And this particular system, Palo Alto Link, the subsidy, according to the staff report, is 90%. So the $4 fare that standard fare that somebody pays for a ride, that ride is actually costing $40. They're just paying a $4 share of it, and this amalgamation of subsidies is paying the other 36. And so actually, the question I walked in here with, which Mr. Baird answered in his staff report before I could answer it, is what is the appetite of our city council to have the general fund cover, all or a big chunk of this cost going forward? Because maybe we can count on Stanford if the program suits them, but these other grants, I was not encouraged by the staff report that these are pretty likely to be continued or extended or, in a different name. And so it's really falling back to Palo Alto to decide if it wants to subsidize this program. And in a situation where the council has indicated, not a lot, we don't want to put a lot of money into this. And so my thinking is that while in this report that you brought to us, we've sort of looked broadly at all the possibilities, I think we have to focus, I think we need to condense and focus this on what the vice chair described as the most vulnerable population. And to me, that would be a combination of the low-income people who legitimately can't afford the $20 Uber. And I think there's a segment of the disabled population that the market rideshare doesn't work for. I don't really understand that, but that knowledge base is out there. I mean, I was, on packet page 131, I was really surprised to read that of the ridership over the history of this program, 57% of the riders earn less than $100,000, which means 43%, I think, earn more than $100,000. And I can't understand, while I understand why somebody making over $100,000 would love a deeply discounted fare, I don't understand, we shouldn't be providing that. They should be excluded. And so I really think that we need to focus on, I do think that in a income-based and, again, disability-based scenario, there would be an administrative cost to qualify people, very similar to our housing for below market rate. So there would be a cost to that. And so I guess my thought was, and then we have to sort of figure out whether if we shrink it to that level, is Stanford a participant? Because maybe not, but and then we have to decide, well, how much would we have to expand it to get there up to $600,000, and is it worth it? I mean, if we have to expand it to get there $600,000 to the point where it costs us another $200,000 beyond if we exclude them, then those are decisions that the council has to make. And so I guess what I'm thinking is we need to focus in on this, most vulnerable, what it would cost to run Palo Alto Link just for that, and then this comparison of how much of that would we more efficiently spend our money by handing out vouchers for the market rate providers. And then what's left? So, I mean, that's one sort of route over here is the most cost efficient without Stanford, and then how can we skinny this down most cost efficiently with Stanford? What ridership do we have to include to get them to continue to contribute? So that's my thought in how to narrow this down, and then have sort of a more focused approach to decide whether any model is going to be workable going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Gee, then Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, other commissioners, for your insightful comments. I also kind of want to approach this from a little bit of a personal level. So I actually, when I was growing up here, took the crosstown shuttle. So the previous iteration of what we're talking about today. So just to kind of like map in your head, I went to Fairmeadow, and then I did swim team that's kind of like by the VA. So that was kind of my route going back and forth through here. And in the early stage of the crosstown shuttle, there existed a route that went all the way down past Gunn. And then at some point, it ended up only going kind of through JLS and didn't end up going down that route. But, and so my grandfather would take me to swim practice every day after school. And we loved taking the bus, but when the bus no longer served it, we biked it. Like, I was starting from maybe like age 8, age 9. And to be honest, I couldn't really tell you a difference. One day I was on a bus and another day I was on a bike. And I think that the conversation around kind of like the other use cases, I want to harken back to Commissioner Templeton's comment, which is we actually have a lot of different services that cover the city. And as like a child where my grandfather could not drive, and then I, obviously as a child, could not drive, leveraged many of these different services. So I have taken the Marguerite from like the VA hospital to downtown. I have taken the VTA bus that goes from downtown, the 21 that goes through Middlefield over to the side of town, and took the crosstown shuttle when that was an option. And then when I grew older, I biked. I biked everywhere. I didn't even get a driver's license until after I turned 18. Because in the city, I didn't feel like I needed it. Between buses, putting my bike on the bus, and biking for my last, kind of like the last mile, and walking, especially with the weather, right? Like I never really felt like I needed this service. And kind of like, that's a lot of what I grew up with. But kind of looking at the current state of transportation services in our area, the Marguerite still does service a line that goes kind of from the Gunish area via Stanford to downtown. They do have a shopping express bus that goes on El Camino. My grandfather now lives in Linton Gardens in kind of on the downtown side, and he uses the senior subsidized pass to come to my house. He is 91. He will walk to the bus station and he will take the bus, which is honestly so impressive. But I think that my family has really grown up using all the existing services that existed before this point-to-point service, and all the existing services are still there. So I just kind of want to provide a personal anecdote about how all these services intersect. I also want to say that the VTA does have a couple, like for example, that 21 line is similar-ish to how the crosstown line used to go, kind of like around through downtown, through Middlefield, and then around the back there. So I think that's pretty similar to what the crosstown shuttle used to do. So I kind of want to talk briefly about that. And then I also wanted to kind of think a little bit more through what it's like to be a student right now and kind of the different options for there. As a high school student, I've practice ended at 9:30, sucked it up, biked home. So that's kind of the current reality, that was the current reality for me. But I have a couple of my neighbors whose kids are like high school or kind of on the later side, and they actually do take the link, but it's because they don't feel like walking 0.7 miles. They'll be like, oh, I'll take the link from Wilkie Way to Mitchell Park Community Center, which is quite short. Walking maybe 30 minutes if you're kind of on the slower side. If you're biking, it's probably like 5, somewhere in that ballpark, right? And so I do question, right, like, and they tell me they take the link pretty frequently, right? And so I wonder, right, if the service went away, would they just get on their bike and bike the 5 minutes? My guess is probably yes, right? And this, I guess, is a little bit of foreshadow to our next item, where we're going to make it easier to bike around town. But I do think that there exists a large swath of population who's using this service that probably wouldn't be that impacted if it kind of just went away on its own in June 2026. That being said, I really want to say that I am listening to the community about the vulnerable populations, and I want to like exclude all of that from my discussion. I'm just saying, as Commissioner Heckman pointed out, right, the 43% of people that are taking this that probably have some other method to get around. So I kind of want to end my comment about that for now. I also had a question, Mr. Baird, about the question mark slide. I guess we have a lot of questions about the question marks. Do you mind pulling that up?
Thanks, Sam.
So can you just clarify for me again, the TFCA grant, what does that cover? You said it kind of can cover a lot of things, like TNC, subsidies, bike stuff, like kind of, can you tell me a little bit more about what other cities have done as well for this?
The best option for that probably is to go to their their website and just look at some of their projects, but it has covered a wide range of different kinds of capital projects to programs.
Sure.
Sylvia might have more to add, more context.
Yeah, some of the things that it has covered in other cities are new bicycle facilities, bike racks, signal modification projects. It's a very wide range of things, anything that reduces emissions.
So specifically, I remember that you mentioned in the clarifying questions portion that it would cover TNC subsidies. Is that correct?
It could.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I think that some TNCs are really equivalent to a single occupant vehicle. And so I believe that if we were to make a case for that, we would have to restrict it to the pool TNC rights.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense. But I kind of want to talk a little bit about the back of the napkin math that Vice Chair Chang had mentioned, which comes out to about $450,000, I believe, for the subsidies that you had provided. And look, there's a number that's about $450,000. That's the TFCA grant here. So I think that there is some options in which potentially, if we decided that we wanted to instead subsidize TNC pool for vulnerable populations, the TFCA grant could capture all of that from a cost perspective, and the city may have to pay zero, and we may not have to actually work with Stanford. But again, lots of question marks. That's why this slide is here. And I'll end my comments for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Don't touch that slide. When you say that the TFCA grants could be used to improve bike facilities and signals and things like that, does that mean using it here is taking away from our ability to use it elsewhere?
No, the TFCA grant is a competitive grant, so we would need to apply for whatever we can. I mean, we could potentially apply for multiple projects.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you said. So this money is not a pool of money to be used for various different transportation initiatives. It is potentially pulling from that, but we're using it for this and only this. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. We applied.
Are we also applying for all those other things?
We could do in coming years.
So not yet?
I've only been here a few months, so I'm not quite sure what we applied for
I'm
in the
looking at
past.
Sylvia, so I wonder if she might know. Won't put you on the spot, you don't have to answer. But that's something I want to echo what Commissioner G was saying about understanding the way that people will find a way to get to where they need to go. And if this program does end, I encourage the Department of Transportation to recapture that money for other projects for the city. It sounds like a good source of funding transportation initiatives. I also want to point out that Commissioner G has a career in transportation, and I want to just ask us to think about the importance of being able to experience all sorts of different modes of transit and influence younger people to do more participation in public transit and other kinds of activities. Sorry to put you on the spot, but that's exactly why I am going to go back to saying I really hope the Department of Transportation will advocate seriously to expand VTA services here and make it easier for people to use them, especially young people, because I know they will take their bikes to school, and if they have to come home late and they want to throw their bike on the bus and get home, it'd be great if they could do that. Now, I understand that doesn't exactly address what's happening here, so I want to encourage the city to think about the problem one level up. Right now, we're talking about Palo Alto Link. We're talking about direction from the city to wind it down. And we're also trying to talk about, and a lot of us are looking ahead, what alternatives do we have? How do we make this not a crisis? Because it has been a good program. People have enjoyed it. But the reality is the reality. It's pretty expensive. One more thing I'm gonna throw out there, and this is purely presentation, this is not policy. What is one of the places you said this program doesn't go? It's on every single slide.
I apologize for the quality of the pictures.
I love the pictures. Mostly they're,
The pictures are lovely, that's why they're there.
But every time I look at, so as you go on with council and other commissions, like,
I have lots of Palo Alto link photos on my phone.
that's all I'm saying.
I will get into the
I tease, I just want to lighten the mood here, but seriously, the problems that you're solving with this program exist. They will not change what this program changes or not. And the leadership that you're providing of trying to figure out how to solve these problems, Link is one way only. And so I just want to say that we really appreciate the work you're doing, and I hope that you're not interpreting any of this kind of trying to come to terms with reality as not recognizing that. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson, and then I have a few questions.
Thank you, Chair. So I still see this not as a glass half empty and a place to pour out the rest of the water, but a place where the glass is half full and to figure out how to fill it the rest of the way. And if we look to the rest of the world, I think we would notice that rideshare has become pretty significant. And I don't think that us going the opposite direction and going back to a non-rideshare world is necessarily the solution. It seems like us providing our own subsidized rideshare within the rideshare network is probably the way of the future. And I think the cost of rideshare is dropping as we go forward. So I have two questions on that. One is, what's the increase year over year in ridership? Is this doubling from the first year to the second to the third?
I do not have that off the top of my head. I know that we've had steady growth the entire time. I might ask via staff if they're still here. Do you?
Do you want to speak and introduce?
Hello, I'm Ton Chuker with VIA. You're correct. It is approximately doubled between year one and year two. But of course, that trajectory of growth was not sustainable due to funding, of course.
Right. Okay. So I spent some time at Stanford StartX, and the one thing I learned was when something doubles, and it looks like this would continue to double, that's a pretty good growth rate. That's usually means something is sustainable, and it's going to pencil out at some point. That's just basic startup 101. So this already has good growth, so it checks that box. And then the other one is startup cost. You know, civil engineering, construction, mobilization cost, and stuff like that is always a big thing. So I've noticed you have a large fleet of electric vehicles. So those are already purchased. So if those are leased or, okay, was that an initial capital expenditure to start up on those, and that's lower to maintain?
Yes.
Okay. So we've already incurred the pain of starting the program, and so now we're benefiting from the program and its life cycle as it's growing. So the data set that we're looking at here is the startup cost, not the cost of maintaining the program, which is just a very different scenario. He answered it. It's doubling, and the startup cost has already been incurred. Thank you.
So just to follow up, that's only startup costs? This is what, because that's not what I read in this, so I want you to answer that.
Let me be clear. In February, we paid $91,000 of startup costs. And I believe the ongoing leases and ongoing maintenance of the vehicles are included in the cost per ride, cost per month that we incur moving forward.
So that's ongoing?
Yes.
So there's not some mysterious prepaid cost that we're going to be losing. This is all baked into your ongoing projection. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Fortunately, a lot of the issues that I had planned to discuss have already been covered, but there are some things that I think are still of interest. For the nearby cities that we believe have successful transportation services that are close analogs to Link, do we know how those are being funded?
My understanding is every city that has these kinds of programs is contributing some amount, and they also have relied heavily on partnership funding. So it's similar, and I don't know.
Do they have viability issues that we know of?
Yeah, I mean, our cost per trip is lower than all of theirs, but again, we have higher wait times, more seat unavailable messages.
Okay. One thing that struck me as I was looking through your report is that our partners seem to, let's just say, they have little enthusiasm for fixed route systems. There could be several reasons for that. I was curious if we knew why they had retreated from previous fixed route systems.
I will be interested to hear what some of my colleagues say, but I know that at 2020, our shuttle services had been declining, so 2017, 2018, 2019, ridership on fixed routes was falling. Post-COVID, the world that we're in now, transit is at a fiscal cliff across the Bay Area. There hasn't been much federal interest thus far.
So our best guess is declining ridership, and the second best guess might be fewer subsidies.
Fewer subsidies, everybody's kind of squeezed. We discontinued our shuttles at the same time that Stanford also discontinued theirs.
Yeah, so where I was going with this was I was trying to figure out whether I could carve the problem down to smaller problems per Commissioner Ekman's suggestion. And where I was heading with that was, well, it seems like the geometry of demand is such that the fixed route systems are not viable anymore. That we have a lot of star topologies where people are coming into a single place or leaving from a single place. But those high density areas are not necessarily good nodes on a route. I believe that's what I heard you say earlier. So that suggests to me that whatever solutions we adopt, that some kind of approximately point-to-point system needs to be a major part of it. Whether that ends up being TNC based or not depends on a lot of the other issues that have already been discussed. But there was one more thing I wanted to throw into that mix, which is that the service area limitations go away. And that's if service area limitations are a factor that are preventing the link from acquiring more ridership, then that would be a problem that the TNCs would not face. So subsidizing TNCs might be a more effective solution, given that that constraint doesn't exist. For the benefit of my fellow commissioners, I asked Mr. Baird if, in a note to him directly, whether you had considered dynamic pricing. So I just thought I'd give you a chance to comment on that so that everyone could hear the reply.
We have not considered dynamic pricing.
Yeah,
I'm not
necess-
very aware of any other system that has similarly.
I'm not necessarily advocating that. I just wanted to know if that were a funding vehicle that might be worth exploring. Offhand comment, for future, driver vetting may not be a concern if Waymo succeeds, and they are only one of many potentially driverless solutions. That does not solve the special needs community, so we have to think about other solutions for that. And I think that's everything I had on my list that has not already been covered by someone else. So I have next comments from Vice Chair Chang and then Commissioner Templeton.
So I just wanted to comment on two things from that other commissioners had spoken about. The first is unlike Commissioner Aiken, I'm not convinced that shuttle route, like route-based public transportation is dead, because again, it depends on what the city's goals are, like what are our goals and how much are we willing to pay for it. Because when I was running the numbers for the old crosstown shuttle system, the cost per ride there was $8 a ride, or $8.40 a ride. So if you add inflation, I don't know, it's something like $11 a ride now. And that was back then. It's hard to know what the demand would be like for that now. And that type of service meets a different demand. No, it's not door to door, but it would cut down the distance. Like when kids are traveling with their cellos, which they cannot put on a bike, right? Or, sometimes, like I just think that there's other use cases. And it doesn't necessarily make it so that you can go from point to point, door to door, but it certainly cuts down the distance a lot to make it so that at least able-bodied people are able to walk a shorter distance. So like the example from Commissioner G. So it's hard for me to say that that's dead. It just depends on what our goals are, how much traffic we're trying to remove from this, like what are the goals? Is it getting cleaner air? Is it removing cars from our streets? Or is it serving vulnerable populations? And then in response to what Commissioner Peterson said about this is just startup costs, I want to clarify my understanding. The costs per year that we paid $100,000 or like $90,000, I believe, Mr. Baird, is that what you said, in startup costs? Everything else here is ongoing costs. And so if it's costing us $26 a trip, it's not startup 101. Like if every additional unit that you sell causes you to lose money, then selling more causes you to lose more money. It doesn't, so this is not an issue of not getting up to capacity, meaning we've seen that the system is at times beyond capacity. Like 1/5 of the time, there's no seats available. So we're kind of like at the limit. The only way to increase capacity would be to increase the fleet. Now there's obviously peak usage times, but it's the nature of the system. So this is like a money-losing thing, and if we get more successful at it, we lose more money. So I disagree with you there, Commissioner Peters. I'm not sure that this is a issue of it, just not getting enough demand. Like we can't even meet our demand at times. So but I just wanted to make those 2 points. I don't think it's a viable system, unfortunately.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Do we have the ability to look at that hexagon slide? Is that something we can pull up?
Oh, it's in the packet, page 131.
Thank you, and I love it. I really appreciate you including this.
It's not in the slides, unfortunately.
That's okay.
But it's in the packet, page
We can look at it in the
131.
packet. Thank you for providing this, because it's so interesting, and I think it answers, for me, it leads me to believe that, that routes are viable. So I wanted to look at it, but for the benefit of the commissioners, it's on packet page 131, while we pull that up. We got it? It loves graphics so
We're
much.
working on bringing it up, but the
We need the
computer's
beach ball.
taking its time. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, well, if you do have it in front of you, I want to say it's very clear where bus route 22 is. Very, very clear. It's very clear where Gunn High School and the VA are. And it's very clear where Edgewood and Midtown are. And if we had a shuttle that was doing shuttle routes similar to ones we used to have, those are the places where people would go. And so, again, I just want to validate the work that you have been doing for so many years and trying to look at this and understand if it is there, if you build it, will people come, right? But that's still loading? So that's what I'm trying, what I see when I look at this map. I see it's very clear where the destinations are. And if you look at this little area where it says residential, that is code for this service doesn't drive me all the way into Stanford, right? So that's something that would be addressed by the Marguerite. So I think thank you so much, that's perfect. Yeah, if you want to zoom in on that map. The 22 is the dark blue right down the middle. That's El Camino Real. That's a destination for many people that is currently properly, frequently served. I want to say fewer than 10 minutes between buses by the VTA. And the Research Park and the VA and Gunn definitely are desirable destinations that we could serve with a bus route of our own, although there are other bus systems that go there. Midtown, Edgewood, and of course downtown, which is the transit center, right, where the train station is. Thank you. So I think if we look at this as a heat map, you could put a pin in where bus stops should be. It would be where these hot areas are, and that would be a route. Now the question is, can we serve that route frequently enough? Because one thing we're getting is on demand means you can go anytime, right, between 7 and 7. So probably the shuttle wouldn't run that frequently. I know when it was here, it sure didn't, right? So that's something we'd have to really understand. So if you do bring that as an option, because I see it on that list, it'd be interesting to know how do you do that at a frequency that's useful. We're certainly not going to be 10 minutes apart or 15 minutes apart or half an hour apart. Could you do it for an hour apart? Like, I don't know. And that would be helpful in looking at alternatives to mitigate if this program is discontinued. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Peterson, then Commissioner Jean.
Thank you, Chair. Let's leave that graphic up. And can I want to draw on this, which will just take 30 seconds here. Right, we'll try and figure out.
I can draw.
You can draw, okay.
I will draw. Wait, can you center
This will be work. Good. Let's do an XY coordinate here. Not necessarily on the graph here, but just I'm going to do a rate of growth. So that's why I needed XY. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. X and Y. Okay, and just draw a 45-degree line going to the right. So there's ridership increasing. And then give a different color. It's good enough. We get the idea. Pick a blue or a green or something. And then just draw a horizontal, and we'll call this dollars. And then give it a step down. Give it like year 1, horizontal, step it down, year 2, which is a horizontal line. See if it shows up there. There you go, and just draw another one above that to the left.
If I may, Commissioner Peterson, I would guess that what you're trying to get at with this is that as the cost reduces over time, at some point, there is an intersection between the ridership and the cost?
I actually agree with the vice chair. I don't think they ever intersect. And I agree with that 100%. I think the question is, how close do they get? I think it's the old, I think it's acetate, epsilon. It gets really, really close, but it doesn't quite ever get there. We know that for sure because it's public transit. And we know public transit never pencils out unless we're in Norway or something. Apparently it does. We all know this. So we're just basing on basic facts here. But we know the cost was more the first year because we had startup costs. So we got a flat line for that cost with a given ridership. The second year, we had a lower cost because we didn't have the startup costs, and that's why we see the first year is like $100,000 more than the second year, which is probably that startup cost, which means our cost per rider is dropping from year 0 to the present. As ridership increases and cost stays fixed, it means by definition our cost per rider is dropping pretty quickly. If we're doubling, but we've gotten to capacity, which means that's where we question, okay, how far is that subsidy that we're doing per rider, which we just know is dropping, which just in my mind, that's pretty good math. That's not a bad business model. And it seems like going into the future, it's just going to get better, not get worse anyways. So that's where I just wanted to come in and just clarify that that's where I'm seeing that I don't think we're at the point to be throwing it away. I mean, that's what they actually teach us at StartX, not to go back to that, but I guess that's what I'm seeing here. And never step away from a good business model just because it doesn't look good right now, especially when it has good metrics that are telling you it's increasing in capacity and you've already incurred the startup cost. So it seems rosier than the picture that what we're seeing, at least if you just step back and look at it, from the business school theory. That's all.
Thank you. Commissioner G.
Thank you. I wanted to echo Vice Chair Chang and Commissioner Templeton's comment about, I think it is pretty clear where the nodes are here. They said it better than I will, so just leave it at that. I also kind of want to talk a little bit about what the public comment said about the paratransit being difficult to use. I think that that's something maybe we should just be kind of like pushing a little bit harder. As Commissioner Templeton said, we have a city council member on VTA board, and it's kind of inexcusable that they're like, oh, we just won't serve North County as much. I just feel like that's not quite the answer we should be getting. Don't really have any specific kind of actions around that, but I think we could be doing better, and I think it could be interesting to look into this, especially because I think there's general consensus amongst the commission that we are interested in serving the vulnerable population, and given that we are in Santa Clara County and VTA should support us, that this really shouldn't be as hard for folks as it is. That's all. Oh, actually, I did want to make one other comment, which is I am happy that I think Commissioner Templeton made a comment a couple of meetings ago about what is a pilot project. And I think what that means is sometimes we accept that what we tried the first time isn't quite right, and it's okay for us to pivot to something else. And I think that given the options here, I'm happy that the commission is looking to other potential options here, and we don't have to just say, we committed to a pilot project with X, oh, now it's too late, we have to do X. So that's my other comment, thank you.
Commissioner Heckman, then Commissioner Templeton.
So I'm sort of looking at how we're going to get closure on this item. It's come to us as an action item, and if this were like a study session, I think we have given great feedback.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be enough in this context, and so are we going to need to fashion a motion to give you direction? What does staff need to come away from this session with?
Yeah, so I have done a lot of thinking on this. I really have we've tried to treat it as a pilot program and have tried to be very responsive to feedback as we've gone through. That's why we changed the hours, that's why we changed the fares. We've done a lot of experimentation with it. I would say that the feedback so far from this group has been really invaluable. It's really helped my mind spin and my colleagues' mind spin, I'm sure. I will say we have 6 months more of this pilot program. We have a vendor that's been really, very willing to experiment. They've given us some options in the staff report of like ways we could experiment. I think I've heard vulnerable users. I've heard that from the city council as well. There's some concerns about whether that would be hurt the service or harm it, but we could try it. I think I will reiterate, your feedback so far has been very valuable, but a commission feedback is very useful as we go to council. You've heard what council has to say. I think they would be really interested to hear if you have feedback on the 6-month timeline, the 456,000 is potentially good for, we could spread that money over 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. I will try to make that more explicit when we go to council, hopefully in January, that do we want to spend that TFCA money through June and really minimize the amount of we've not really used much city funds. We know it's expensive, but we've not used much city funds so far. And that's been because we've heard the concern about the costs. I will say, we've heard the concern about general usage not being that important. I have an opinion that partnership money is really important. The Stanford Research Park has really made this as viable as it is so far. We really want to keep them involved in the conversation as we continue to experiment, and we've been doing that, and we want to kind of keep making sure it works for them, because that does cut the cost per trip down by 1/3, which is really powerful. And we've been in conversations with potential partners, and we've heard some of the potential partners are already getting this subsidy, and I think the conversation can be more pointed now about if we don't get your partnership now, this will decline. So I'm interested in feedback so far. I've really heard it. I've been trying to listen and take notes on all of it. We will incorporate your feedback as comprehensive of it as it's been so far into the context that we'll try to give to council about what the options are. But if you have, as a commission, thoughts on, the next 6 months, the next 18 months, or that's also useful.
It's going to be difficult to form a consensus given the options and the trade-offs. I want to hear from Commissioner Templeton to wrap, and then we'll try and see what we can come up with for a motion, or at least condensed guidance.
I think we're also comfortable with just taking the comments to council as well. So if a motion is difficult, then I think we have enough information here to present that to council as well.
That's good to know. So in other words, don't take forever deliberating a motion. I think we can all get on board with that. Thank you, Chair. The comment I wanted to make, and it sort of ties in with both Commissioner G and Commissioner Heckman, we have the data. So we have the data about the needs. This program, in other words, the pilot has served a very important function in providing great data, and it's wonderful that our partners have been able to build an app that's collecting that data. We can do so much analysis on it, and we can use that for any number of things, right? You can use that for expanding or reducing the services of this program. You can use it as input to potentially the local route, and also you can use it to share with VTA to say, actually, you guys weren't meeting our needs, and we can quantify exactly what we need that we weren't getting from you, right? So that's all a huge success. I think it's really important to understand that there are multiple needs that were being met by this program. So if we do, to go to wrapping it up, if we do want to move forward, we should look at a timeline that can continue serving that purpose. How do we get the information we need for the next step? Is 6 months time enough? Do you need 12 more months of data because you want to adjust something with the app data we're collecting so that you can have input to the next program, whatever that might be, things like that. So I would really want our motion to direct, to ask council to direct staff to squeeze every little bit of information that would be useful out of this program. I am sympathetic to the need to keep our funding going, but even if we get funding, we're still always at a loss. So we have to look at the long-term programs, and getting the data will drive those programs. I promise you, that is the environment we're in right now. If you can prove this is a need, then we can find a way to get it funded much more easily. So I would say anything you do now will drive the funding for future programs, whether it's this one or some next iteration of that. Thank you.
Thank you. So technically, do we need a formal motion?
No, it would not be required.
Okay, I was preparing something sufficiently vague that it could work, but if we don't need that, then let's not go through that exercise.
Shall we at least recognize our wonderful staff? We can do that. Thank you all. This is great work. This program has been amazing, and whatever the future holds for it, we still really appreciate the work you've done and you will continue to do, and thank you so much.
Yes, I think you've proven the value, and now it's a matter of how can we deliver it. Thank you. All right, this is a good time for a break. Let us return at 5 minutes to 9. Welcome back, everyone. We will now pick up our next action item, which is agenda item 4, recommendation of the draft 2026 Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan. And for those following along, this begins on packet page 135. So could we have the staff presentation, please?
Hello, Vice Chair and Vice Chair of the Planning and Transportation Commission. My name is Ozzie Arce, Senior Transportation Planner. Again, here before you tonight presenting the draft 2026 Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan, the culmination of a multi-year effort to define the 10 years of walking and biking in Palo Alto. Next slide, please. I'm joined this evening by Transportation Planning Manager Sylvia Starlack and Ria Lowe, the Director of OOT, as well as our consultants, Kittleson and Associates online. Amanda Leahy is joining us. Next slide, please. Tonight, I will briefly cover the project's overviews and our recommended action. I'll then summarize the extensive community feedback we've received, walk you through the core recommendations of the draft plan, including the bike network and pedestrian districts, and outline the final steps for adoption. But we are tonight here, next slide, seeking a formal recommendation from the commission, and the recommendation is to simply recommend the City Council adopt the 2026 Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan update. Next slide. Next slide. So let's quickly start with the overview of the project. Palo Alto has been at the forefront of bicycle and pedestrian transportation planning since the early 1980s, when the city developed the nation's first bicycle boulevard on Bryant Street. The city's current bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, locally referred to as the BPTP, was adopted in 2012, and this plan has been successful, guiding many of the improvements we see today. But after more than a decade, it is time for a comprehensive update to address new community needs, new technologies, and our evolving sustainability and safety goals. This is a grant-funded project by MTC's Transportation Development Act 3 program. Next slide. Just really quick, so what is the 2026 BPTP update? Again, it establishes our 10-year strategy for investments, policies, and programs, specifically for biking and pedestrian facilities in our city. And I won't read through the entire vision statement, but just want to highlight that the vision here, developed with the community and commission and council feedback, is to create a comfortable and connected street network that supports walking and biking and rolling for all people of all ages and abilities, building on our leadership in the Safe Routes to School program. Next slide. This shows just the project timeline that we've been involved in this process since the beginning of 2023, and PTC has been involved in each of these phases, and we are currently in the phase 4, the public review of the draft plan. And the draft plan has been shaped by dozens of public meetings, as you can see on this slide, over the past 2 years. And we are now bringing this draft plan to you, and we recently visited Payback, and we anticipate going to City Council in December and ultimately in early 2026 to receive a plan adoption. Next slide. I'd like to spend a few minutes going over the feedback that brought us to this point, since it is foundational to the development of the draft plan you see before you. Now, I won't go through each of these points, next slide, but just highlighting that in phase 1, which was the visioning and an introduction of the project, our community was clear. Safety is the #1 priority, especially for students. We heard a strong demand for safer crossings and a seamless, connected network. We hosted a virtual workshop, as well as introduced a project effort to the different boards, commissions, and committees. Next slide. In phase 2, the existing conditions analysis, needs, and concerns. In this phase, this feedback became more specific. The community asked us to strengthen the network by addressing critical gaps and prioritizing key corridors, including San Antonio Road, portions of Middlefield, and focusing on our bike boulevards. We did a spring walking tour of downtown and a bike tour in conjunction with Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition as part of this effort. Next slide, please. Project recommendations phase. In phase 3, we presented the recommendations, including the proposed bicycle network, projects and programs, and the pedestrian districts. The feedback was mixed. While big streets While big streets projects offer direct connections, the community questioned their cost and return on investment and expressed a strong desire for more pedestrian-focused recommendations and a clear prioritization framework. Next slide, please. So based on that feedback and with direction from the City Council this past June, we developed this two-step prioritization framework. I won't dive too far into this. You did review that initial evaluation based on safety and connectivity, but again, based on feedback to further refine the framework, we created the supplemental evaluation. So projects that scored well moved on to the supplemental, which applies real-world constraints of project fundability, project readiness, and project support. So this is how we balanced our aspirational goals with a practical, actionable plan. Next slide, please. So this process of the initial and supplemental prioritization framework resulted in this initial ranked list, which we then adjusted based on the specific City Council direction that we received in June. Council directed staff to focus on low-stress residential streets, prioritizing bike boulevards, and to avoid major arterials except where no parallel alternative existed, such as San Antonio Road. Again, this direction was fundamental in shaping the draft plan. Next slide, and this brings us to the draft BPTP update, which was released to the public on October 3rd of this year, so just a few weeks ago. Next slide. Just a quick overview of this comprehensive document. It includes many chapters, but just wanted to highlight that the core chapter is the recommendations chapter, which details the proposed bike network for 2026 and moving forward our pedestrian districts, and highlighting this near-term projects that will guide our work for the next 10 years. Next slide, and I'll spend a little bit of time on this, but just wanted to focus on some of the points that we received from the public and how that helped shape and incorporate it into the draft plan. You can see here that there's a clear focus on high comfort, low stress facilities, with bike boulevards now forming the foundation of the low stress bicycle network. I'll get into that in a bit. Other highlights, we prioritized Cowper Street over Middlefield as a response to the City Council and the community not supporting moving forward and prioritizing big streets. Rather, they wanted us to prioritize our bike boulevards. You'll see that reflected here. And we also addressed specific corridors like California Avenue and adding the Cambridge Avenue option as well, in addition to the Cal Avenue for when the car-free street Cal Ave is hosting events to facilitate an additional option for bicycle through travel. Next slide, please. Just some highlights here from our bikeway mileage 2012 to 2025. This work builds on the strong foundation from 2012. Our bikeway miles in 2012 were 59 and currently is 73 miles. Most importantly, we've introduced new high comfort facility types such as buffered bike lanes and class 4 separated bikeways, which were not a part of our 2012 network. Today, the city boasts 3.3 miles of buffered bike lanes and over 4 miles of separated bikeway facilities. This table includes that comparison. Just wanted to note really quick that the 2012 lane mile data is sourced from the 2012 BPTP. The 2025 lane mileage is calculated using the 2025 roadway centerline file. Therefore, the class 1 length has not decreased between 2012 and 2025. The differences are due only to the calculation method. Next slide, please. Just really quick, wanted to highlight a few things on how the 2026 is different from 2012. It represents a strategic shift away from facility types that are no longer considered high comfort. We are no longer proposing new sharrows except as treatments on designated bike boulevards. We are phasing out the enhanced or restricted hour bike lanes in favor of all-day facilities, such as my presentation on Addison Avenue earlier today. An example of this, again, is the 24-hour bike lane now on Addison and removing that restricted bike lanes. You see some images of those here. Next slide, please. So the 2026 bicycle network includes creating comfortable bike and pedestrian networks that can be built by and enjoyed by people of all ages and abilities. To build on the strengths of the existing network, the recommended network is structured around these two tiers, the low stress and then the complete vision. So you have the complete vision at the very top, the low stress builds off of that, and then we build the near-term projects off of this low stress bicycle network. Next slide, please. The complete vision, again, this is our long-term aspirational vision. This is not a guarantee. These are just a vision exercise. Part of this effort was to create this updated 2026 bicycle network map. While we have this complete vision in the near term, the focus will be on developing the low-stress bicycle network. I can't emphasize that enough. And this map also just shows existing facilities that are not being upgraded to illustrate the full network once fully implemented. So dash is proposed, solid is existing. Next slide. The low stress network is the foundation for our citywide connectivity and focuses on the near-term implementation. It's built from the complete vision, but prioritizes 104 projects that create a safe and connected network, again, primarily using our bike boulevards to expand access with minimal disruption. This approach prioritizes calm residential routes that are already preferred by many community members rather than rely on separated bikeways on busy arterials. Again, bicycle boulevards were identified as the most comfortable and familiar type of bikeway, so we are looking to prioritize those moving forward. It does include some separated bikeway projects along small portions of large arterials, such as Middlefield, yet this is done to make a connection between two high comfort, low stress facilities on either side of the arterial. Next slide, please. And then there's the near-term projects list. This is the 10-year action plan and is a subset of the low-stress network refined by our prioritization framework and public feedback. It includes 16 projects, 23 crossing projects, and other key studies. Next slide, please. You'll see these prioritized near-term projects on the table 9, which is in the draft plan. These include corridors like I mentioned, San Antonio Road, Homer Avenue, and improvements to our core bike boulevards like Bryant, Cowper, and Park. The full list is in your packet as attachment C. Next slide. I won't focus too much on this, but the draft plan also includes district areas. I can pause.
Thank you. We're getting some water. It'll be quick. Go ahead, Mr. Arce.
So just wanted to drive a point here on the near-term projects that these projects are our priority for the next 10 years. This is our action plan. So while we have this complete vision, we have this list of hundreds of projects, realistically, and these will be our focus. So I can't highlight that enough. Next slide. Because this is a bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, there are the pedestrian districts that we developed as part of this area. I think the big highlight here is as a response to public feedback we received, we added the San Antonio Road area as part of our pedestrian districts as a response to the housing element, identifying that as a area to receive additional housing, as well as the San Antonio area corridor plan, as well as frankly SB 79 and impacts that we receive from that. Next slide, please. I won't focus too much on the treatments, but the plan does provide recommendations by district. Next slide, please. And the draft plan includes a toolbox of pedestrian improvements, some of which are illustrated here. And just note, this is a sampling of the toolbox. This is not a complete list. Next slide, and really the important part, which is the implementation, as the adoption of this plan is not the end, it's really just the beginning. As described broadly in the staff report, this BPTP provides the network and policy foundation. Projects will then move into implementation through our standard CIP process, from project scoping, design, to engineering and construction, with community engagement at every step. The visual here is an oversimplification, yet generally follows this process. Next slide, please. Now, we have been doing a roadshow presenting the draft plan, and just wanted to put in front of you some of the feedback that we received during this draft plan presentation. And I won't go through each of these points, but we are hearing strong support for prioritizing San Antonio Road before new anticipated housing arrives. And we've heard clear the desire to add the Castilleja Park Wilkie section to the Park Boulevard project, which is BVL D24. And we've heard support for 20-mile-an-hour speed limits on bike boulevards and better pavement maintenance. This feedback aligns with the plan's focus on low-stress facilities, and we believe this input can be incorporated as we move towards final plan and ultimately implementation. I want to make a point that we will present these points to the City Council and ask them for their recommendation on which of these elements we do move forward based on public feedback that we've received. Just wanted to highlight that. And then maybe one last point here, we have presented a program around restructuring Payback and their role, and the feedback that we've received from them is they would like to establish the formal and direct communication channel between the committee, PTC, and the City Council, and so we're working out ways to make that happen. And I would say, relatively broadly speaking, Payback is open to looking at that restructuring. Next slide, please. This brings us to our final steps. Next slide. Tonight we are seeking your recommendation on the adoption of the draft plan by the City Council. The public comment period closes this Friday, end of day, and we will present the draft plan at a study session to the City Council on Monday, December 1st. And in early 2026, based on council's feedback, we will look to incorporate that and produce a final plan that we will then again present to the City Council for adoption in early 2026. So to close out and to be very pointed, next slide, please. The recommended action tonight is for the Planning and Transportation Commission to formally recommend the City Council adopt the 2026 Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan update. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any need for clarifying questions before public comment? Seeing none, Mr. Tavera, do we have any requests to speak?
To the chair, we do. I have 2 requests to speak at the moment and no raised hands on Zoom. I'll invite our first speaker, Ken J., to the mic.
Good evening. I'm Ken Joy. I live in the Ventura District. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank staff and consultants for the work they've done on the project. I'm generally happy with this, and I certainly agree that you should ask council to adopt it. The main thing before you, as Ozzy said, is the near-term project list. That's on packet page 147. I have to question what that attachment B and C might look like if latent demand were done differently. I don't expect anything to change at this point, but I want to ask you to think about why Figure 5 in the draft plan doesn't seem to show anything for the Stanford Hospital, the Stanford Research Park, or the campus itself. You could also ask about the sites that are listed in Table 1 of Appendix F, future activity levels. Does that set of sites skew the analysis? Another question might be, would the project list differ if intersections with traffic signals are not uniformly marked as LTS1, level of traffic stress, level 1. For example, if I ride from my house to Mike's Bikes, I have to go through the intersection of Middlefield and San Antonio. I can't see how anyone would say that's LTS1 for someone on a bicycle. I also think you should ask why Wilton Avenue is listed on the high injury network. Is it a roadway segment or is it an intersection there? I came saying I wanted to advocate two policies which could help. I think that all multifamily residential blocks should have road verge treatment as opposed to a rolled curb or a sidewalk right at the edge of a 90-degree curb. And as was part of the preliminary key themes, I think a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit on bicycle boulevards would be an excellent thing. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Tom Kay.
Hello, I'm Tom Kellerman, and I live on Emerson Street near Embarcadero. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Overall, I think that the plan is excellent. I'm very supportive of it. I'd like to address this one very specific point, which is the intersection of Embarcadero Road, Kingsley, and Emerson Street, which is not on the list of near-term projects. I had submitted a comment to the Transportation Department and copied all of you, so I will be brief on my comments here. Several years ago, the Transportation Department had a specific plan for this intersection, redesigning the intersection specifically with an eye towards safety for pedestrians and bicycles. That has been discussed and been thought about now for several years. We were told very recently, earlier this year, that it was going forward. So I was somewhat surprised to see that it didn't make it onto the list of near-term projects. It is a dangerous intersection, as I outlined in my comments, and there is, as I said, a very specific plan that had been adopted and I think approved by the Transportation Department several years ago to address this intersection. I would encourage you, if you're not familiar with that plan that had been presented, to take a look at it at least, because I think it's an important part of that corridor, which is a very busily populated corridor for bicycles going to Pali High, to Town and Country, and going to Stanford, as well as pedestrians, and there's quite a bit of vehicular traffic as well. One other point I just wanted to make, one of the near-term projects is adding calming measures to Bryant Street north of Embarcadero, which I'm very supportive of. It also makes reference to restricting traffic turning, I think, from Embarcadero onto northbound Bryant. It's not clear what exactly that would look like, but I will say that if traffic is reduced going on to Bryant Street, that traffic will inevitably be redirected, in all likelihood, redirected to Emerson Street, which, as I have pointed out, is already a dangerous intersection with no signals, et cetera. And I think that would just exacerbate the challenges that we have at that intersection of Emerson, Embarcadero, and Kingsley. So I'd ask you to take a look at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kellerman.
Through the chair, I've received no other public comment cards, and there are no raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Tejera. All right, then, we are ready for discussion among council, commission members, and we'll begin with Commissioner Templeton, and then Vice Chair Chang and Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to first give the Department of Transportation opportunity to respond to the question about Emerson, Kingsley, and Embarcadero intersection. I know that I personally toured it in 2020, I think, and it's been a problem for a long time. It sounds like there was a project to fix it. Does anyone have any willingness to update us on that?
Yes, it's considered an active project. It's with the Public Works Department, and they're waiting for a project manager to be available.
That's great. So we don't need to have it in this plan because this plan is forward-looking.
Correct, that's why it was assumed
Yeah,
done,
no, it's
but-
very reassuring to hear that, and it's very important that we heard from Mr. Kellerman to talk about it because it is frightening. I don't know if you've walked it, but it is terrifying. So, yeah, it's a good one to work on. I'm glad to hear that. I generally am very happy with this plan. I appreciate all the work you put into it, and I really liked your presentation, and it was very clear, so thank you for all that. One question I have, and it's okay if you don't have the answer to this, but how are we measuring the success of these projects, other than did we implement it?
That's a great question. We do have performance measures baked into the draft plan. Now, they're not project specific, but they are performance measures just generally for biking and walking.
The reason I ask is, I was speaking with a constituent today who asked about this, and she was unable to stay and log in the evening, so I'm just going to pass along the question. But there are tools and devices out there that we can use to measure the effectiveness of any kind of deterrence that we're putting out there. Is this crosswalk, visible enough? Are we seeing, fewer intrusions into the crosswalk? Things like that. So that's a technology solution, but I just wanted to throw it out there for you guys to consider. And I thought it was a really good suggestion because one of the problems we have is our data is limited, as far as I know, to reports that go through the police, and those are usually pretty severe. What we want to see in our hope for this plan, which is wonderful, and thank you for making it, we want to see not just a reduction in collisions, but overall improvement in safety. And so that means fewer near misses and fewer things that happen but don't get reported. So that might need some additional measurement, automated measurement. So that's just something to think about. I'm already reading your minds about where's the money for that going to come from. But I hope that that's something that you guys will ask for as a department in the upcoming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Chang, then Commissioner Peterson.
I just had a question about the pedestrian. Well, first of all, thank you for this tremendous work. I'm really excited about the plan overall. Really excited to see the pedestrian districts and all those tools that can be used because I think they're so helpful for improving safety. I had a question about the pedestrian districts and how they interact with our zoning and the pedestrian overlays, since at our last PTC meeting, we were talking about sort of how difficult the overlay process is, and so wanted to make sure that our pedestrian districts are actually aligned with our pedestrian overlays, to the extent that makes sense. So I'm not familiar enough with all of our zoning to know if these proposed districts line up with our zoning.
I will try to answer that in a different way. So our pedestrian districts follow the boundary lines from the city's adopted economic development strategic plan, and we did that as a response to the economic development strategic plan focusing on the areas with high pedestrian activities, which are commercial centers. So we followed those lines for our pedestrian districts, less the city's pedestrian overlay zones.
Okay, well then that might be a note for planning, that we should just take a look at that to make sure our left hand talks to our right. I think I often say that because we at the PTC will hear items that are both from planning and transportation, and sometimes they're like at odds with each other, so I want to avoid that where possible. And it may be that the zoning doesn't necessarily make sense, but then I would, maybe we need to take a look at our zoning. So that's my first comment. My other comments are a little bit more specific. I'm really glad to hear that the intersection addressed by our public commenter is actually already in the queue. So I had a question about on packet page 151, the first study there. So this is attachment C. It's the Embarcadero Road Corridor Study. And the last sentence under the description says that this will determine the feasibility of the full corridor Embarcadero Road Separated Bikeway Project. And so my question was, is that at odds with the direction that council's direction to avoid like the arterials where possible? So just wanted to ask that question.
The Embarcadero Road bike lane, if you will, is not on our near-term projects list. So they may still appear on the overall projects list that's correlated to our complete vision, the map that shows just everything under the sun. However, our priorities will be on the near-term projects. So I guess a round way of answering that is we are not prioritizing the Embarcadero Bikeway for those reasons because council told us to steer away from those big arterials. So it's still an option for future consideration and maybe the next iteration of the bike and ped plan, and that's why we have the complete list, but not on our near-term action plan for this draft.
But the study itself is a high priority.
Correct.
Okay, so just a point of, just because that was such a lightning rod for feedback, that last sentence might be something that you want to adjust in terms of the description of the Embarcadero Road corridor study. Like, I agree it needs to be studied, it's dangerous, we could do all sorts of pedestrian improvements, we need the information, but the goal, people could be sensitive to the idea of if the goal seems to be a bikeway project, which it doesn't seem that is necessarily the case. Okay. And then I had a question. Okay. Question about the Cowper Bike Boulevard. I understand that was thank you for the context and the wonderful presentation. I understand that has been raised up in profile and as a priority because we're steering away from Middlefield. But as I was looking at all these projects, to me, it seems like it would actually be relatively lower profile among the high priority projects because Bryant Bike Boulevard is 2 blocks away. Like, it's right there versus, and then on the other side of Middlefield, there's Ross Road already. And so while I think it is wonderful to always have additional bike boulevards, that's not, as somebody who's biked from South Palo Alto to North Palo Alto many times, I don't have a hard time doing so. And I just take a little jog and I go past Cowper to Bryant and it's fine. And so that's just, in terms of like glaring, or not glaring, but things that really jumped out at me, that one was like, ooh, maybe not a highest priority. Many of the other things here, I was like, oh, I would want that first. So that's a point of feedback. And then the other one that jumped out at me, because I live near there, is the El Camino Way item on page 148. And also, we've just recently talked about retail nodes and at the PTC. And we've said that El Camino Way is a retail node. It's very, very well used. All the restaurants and stores that are there are very, very well used. It's also very well used by gun high school students, as we all know, and which is why it's high priority here. But again, in terms of left hand talking to the right, parking has just been removed on El Camino. So all El Camino businesses are at risk now because of that. And that wasn't our choice. These poor businesses in the triangle node of our retail node, that's the El Camino Way triangle. If we remove that parking, we may be risking all those businesses. Now, I'm not trying to say that the parking is more important than safety. I think safety is more important. But this is one of those like big picture questions for our city. If that retail is important, then we need to think about how to support it. Furthermore, the reality is people are going to go to that retail or those restaurants in cars. And when they can't park there, they will circle. And circling in that area is just disastrous. Like, it's already bad enough if you know where you're going. So I understand that adding bike lanes there and removing parking may make it wider for the bicyclists, but this is one of those where like there may be a spillover effect, and it's one of the stickier ones, I think, here. So I just wanted to highlight that. I think that there could be very real safety implications because I found myself in that area getting shunted out onto El Camino going, wait a second, I want to go the other direction, and I can't, and people are going to do crazy U-turn things, and it's just dangerous already. And simply removing parking doesn't necessarily make it safe. There are pedestrians there too, tons and tons and tons of pedestrians. So just wanted to flag that one as it's not a clear solution to me, although I'm not sure, I don't have a solution for you. That's it for now. Thanks.
Commissioner Peterson, then Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. Can we bring up the graphic showing California Avenue quickly? And where I noticed that you have California Avenue, it looks like it said South Bridge as one of the priority projects. Looked like it was like number 7.
I don't know if I have a visual on Cal Ave. Are you talking about the map?
Probably have one somewhere on Cal Ave. Any one of them is fine.
Was it an image that was in the staff report or something that was in his PowerPoint
At
presentation?
this point, we've had so much stuff go by, I don't really know.
Are you asking about the pedestrian district?
Yeah, that one works. But there was a list somewhere where you had priority projects.
Oh, yes, near term slide.
Oh, it wasn't a map, it was a chart.
We kind of need both, but we're getting there.
It's the only map, so it's
It was one of your first slides, for sure.
First.
Let's see. It wasn't this slide here. There was an earlier one you threw up where you had a list of projects.
It was slide 24. It was the table 9.
There you go. Let's take
Not
a
very
look.
legible, though. And then the slide before is the near-term projects, so slide 23.
Yeah, slide 23 has this map.
All right, let's just throw that one up.
And yeah, that map is correlated with table 9,
Okay.
which is the near-term projects. And Cal Ave is just kind of towards the middle of the map, just kind of heart of the center
There
of
we
the
go.
city.
We'll zoom in as best we can. There we go.
You know, back in the old days, they only had paper. Just saying.
Which is why we've provided you with printed versions of the maps that we may or may not be able to.
I think he doesn't
zoom
have
in
that
on something
outlet
that's
in
not
his mind.
centered. Yeah.
Here, I'll get in here. I wanted to draw on this, so that's the idea. Let's see. There we go. All right. So I better use a color that's not on here. Green. Okay, so I'm going to just, I don't think I can, we'll see how this goes. So we gotta, up.
Give us a moment, 3 slides back.
Okay.
That one.
There it is.
All right, this one's it?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna draw on here. So we go like that, go like that. Kind of like where that green line is. I picked the wrong color. Let me get a better one than that, because you can see it?
It's fine, it's fine.
Okay. So that's the street that goes down past the park from the high school, goes to California Avenue. You can jog over into the Caltrain parking lot, and then there's a bridge back there for Park Avenue. And I think I saw that bridge listed somewhere in one of your documents as that's a project area to figure out that bridge. That's what I wanted to bring up. I think I've mentioned the bridge a couple times here at planning, and nobody knew what I was talking about, but this is the first time I saw you bring up the bridge, so I can be like, that's what I'm talking about. I walk past that bridge all the time, and I haven't been hit yet, but it's sometimes a little bit dangerous. I think the bus comes through there. What's the plan for that? And then where I'm getting at is basically the whole segment of California Avenue just needs help. It's almost like it just was the end of a project that never ever got figured out. And where I'm going to go with that is, one, is the plan to make that a throughway over that bridge? And then two, is there a way to basically develop the end of that California Avenue area where the Caltrain station is, to make it clear that there's a really awesome commercial street right there with Thursday, well, not right now Thursday music, but hopefully music again soon. Tons of great restaurants, a great nightlife there, lots of bars. One of the only Michelin restaurants in the area that just cruising by, you think, hey, I want to get off here at this station and go hang out instead of Sunnyvale or Mountain View.
So short of me designing the project here, we definitely have a vision to utilize that existing facility, whether to make it a shared use path or define and carve the space for each mode. But yeah, we want to leverage the existing facility there as an opportunity site. So thank you for calling that out. I think other community members had also expressed that opportunity. Specific to California Avenue, and try to encourage people to visit the rest of the commercial strip, including the car-free area. You know, part of it includes wayfinding signage that I think in the biking world, we can definitely be a part of that, to include wayfinding sign that calls out California Avenue Commercial District. In addition, I'm sure that the California Avenue car-free streetscape project is also looking at opportunities around public art activation or their own wayfinding signs to get folks to the rest of the commercial district. But I hear you in that at that area where you can either go towards Cal Ave, the train station, or Park Avenue, there's an opportunity for us to help people find their way.
But what I really want to point out is that the Caltrain itself, I mean, there's thousands of people on that train. It's like a freeway of people that use that train to go drinking because it's an easy way to get home without driving. I mean, I ride the Caltrain all the time, and I'm not the only one on there a little bit intoxicated. And it really is. Sunnyvale and Mountain View, Castro Avenue, those are all drinking destinations. And California Avenue is definitely one of them. And I think you don't recognize it when you're on the Caltrain. It just looks like a semi-abandoned stop when you come flying by. And from talking with the business owners on California Avenue, I know they've all been really pointing that out, that they feel like there's somehow they need to direct people from the Caltrain onto California Avenue. So it's not just a Palo Alto destination, but a regional destination. So when I saw that listed on your list, I just wanted to make that comment and just put another pin in there and reinforce it, that it's in the middle part of your list. Does that mean it's maybe happening, or is it kind of middle priority?
The near-term list is not ranked.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Great presentation as well, by the way.
Thank you. Commissioner Heckman, then Commissioner Templeton.
So this is this is a tremendous document, and I really appreciate the sort of the collaborative, the community collaborative process and the thought that went into making it. And I also appreciated the enthusiasm, Mr. Arce, of your presentation. This is exciting stuff, and so I'm really enthusiastic about supporting it. I do think that the name, you know, we've got the BPTP, right? We have had it for more than 10 years. And so now, are we going to call this the update? Because it's really a new plan. I mean, it takes a lot of the pieces of the old plan, but it's really a new plan. And so I was wondering if maybe we want to call it 2.0 or something other than the update, because we're probably going to have this 10, 15 years, and are we going to always refer to it as the update, and the institutional knowledge will fade away and people will say update of what? What was, you know, before. So anyway, just an idea. The only comment really I had on any aspect of this is in the near-term projects, one of them, the most expensive one, is the San Antonio Road separated bikeway. And you showed that on a couple of slides, and one of them, and I think one of them, it was up at the top, and you made reference to the fact that I think at the council meetings fairly recently, that's a real focus of council. They're recognizing that our housing plan is calling for a lot of housing where there's, you know, light industrial right now in that sort of San Antonio 101 corner. And we want to be ready with the bike facilities for the bicyclists who will come. And I agree with that. But in terms of the timing for that, I am skeptical that we're going to see appreciable housing in the next 5 years of this 10-year plan. So I think that's like a back half of the next decade, real need. And you know, one of the things I notice in the description is this notion of requesting new developers to reconstruct street according to new design. So when I saw the word request there, I thought, well, that's kind of a soft way of putting it. I think what we're talking about is conditions of approval. So it's not really a request, it's an insistence if you want your project. And so then you're going to have some nexus issues, but I think more important than that is you're going to have this sort of patchwork. And so for this project, because in the long run I do think it's really important, I think one of the things the city should be looking at is whether this, and I don't know if the city regularly or ever uses this tool. I can't remember any planning commission item that has involved it, but I'm wondering if this would be an appropriate place for an assessment district along this corridor of San Antonio, that because all of the properties along this will benefit, as well as the sort of the properties at the end, you know, at the far end along East Bayshore. And so I'm just thinking in terms of because again, it's the most expensive one, but I think we have a little lead time on it. And so that is really the only suggestion I have, is that that might be the kind of mechanism that would make sense in that particular location. So thanks again for the great work.
If I could just respond a little bit to that, that's great feedback. The San Antonio Road Area Plan will be looking into that as well. They're taking this document's recommendation and then moving it forward as part of their planning. So hopefully, so they will be looking at implementation, funding, assessment districts, all that stuff.
Great, that's great to hear. Thanks, Sylvia.
Commissioner Templeton, followed by Commissioner G.
Thank you. I think we don't need to overcomplicate it. It was the 2012 BPTP. It can be the 2026 BPTP. So, yeah, I think it's important to include the year so that people are shamed when they let it go over 10 years. So, anywho, El Camino Way, I appreciate Vice Chair Chang speaking about it. I've used this for a bike with the kids when we were learning the right routes to school for Fletcher, and from their friends in Ventura's house. And it was terrifying. And I tried to talk to the parents about what if you go down the other way and go to Los Robles because it doesn't have those cars. So I understand the idea of wanting to remove the cars because it is safer without them. But I also recognize that if this is deemed the route to school, people are going to still go. And so I don't know why that's the only way you can go, because it is a horseshoe-shaped street. But I instructed my kids to go the other way because it's safer. And so I understand why we have it on here to improve it. Now, if improving it means removing the parking spaces, that becomes a zoning, and a planning problem, right, that you have to work out, possibly coming through us to really vet it out. We've got a few people up here with some opinions about this particular street. So it should be a party if you want to come back. Nevertheless, and I appreciate that it's on here, and I think the takeaway is if it's going to take longer to implement, because this has to be thought through more deeply with the parking considerations, maybe potentially work with the safe routes to school to make the other avenue acceptable to parents who strictly adhere to those routes. Thank you.
Commissioner G, followed by Commissioner James.
Well, thank you for that warm introduction to the El Camino Way party, Commissioner Templeton. For those who may remember when this first came to us a couple months ago, I think Mr. Arce remembers exactly how much feedback I provided on the first iteration of the BPTP that came before us. Just for this first round, since I know not everyone has spoken yet, I will hold off on my comments about El Camino Way. But I do have a couple just kind of general comments. Thank you for a very, very comprehensive plan. I think the staff has done great work here. Went through and read all appendices A through P. Lots of work you guys put in here. And thank you for taking into the feedback also from council about the low stress residential streets. You may recall that was something I also harped on in our first update. Kind of just a couple tactical things here. On packet page 139, you have the table that has the multi-use plan going down. I think just adding that addendum that you provided in the slide deck, just in the packet, I think could be really helpful, because that was my first glance. I was like, why did our multi-use path go down? But we didn't actually lose any, right? So that's that. And then I had the same question as the pedestrian overlay as Vice Chair Chang. And then I had a question about Boulevard 24, which you mentioned in the presentation, which actually on packet page 148, you only referenced the portion from Castellea to Lambert, but in your description, you said the Castellea Park Wilkie section. So can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Initially, Project Boulevard 24 just included Park Boulevard. After public comment, we want to add this section of Castellea all the way down to Wilkie, across to the Mountain View city limit line as a part of that project. And we also learned that the city has plans for that section that we can lean on and at least try to build off of as a good step.
Sorry, which section are you referring to when you say that section?
The Park Castellea Wilkie to Mountain View.
Yeah, which kind of brings me to my next question, which is in the actual BPTP page 19, and also you can see kind of like in the near-term improvement projects, we see that the Park Boulevard, like pink dotted line, goes all the way to Arrastradero. But in your description, right, it's the Castellea Park Wilkie Boulevard. So what is the actual expected path for people, right? Because if I'm a biker that goes to Park and then I get to the end and then I just see Charleston, I don't really know what to do about myself at that point. So I'm just curious what the expectation is here.
It would be additive. It would include the section that you see currently on Park Boulevard in addition to then the portion out that cuts into Wilkie that then would head into Menlo.
I guess my question is like where the cut-in is supposed to be. Is the cut-in supposed to be like on the McLean second, like over there?
Yes.
Okay.
McLean is the key there.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I guess like my only comment then is like, I guess what is it may be a little bit misleading if we have kind of like, you can also go park all the way to the end, but that there's no signage over there. So I guess like as someone who lives in that neighborhood and knows that Wilkie is the bridge, I can find my way there, but it's very, very difficult to find your way there right now. And then I think related to that, I also was kind of thinking that what defines kind of a bike boulevard here? Because I see that on the BPTP map, you've also listed James Road as part of the bike boulevard. So I was wondering like what the definition is here for that, because I guess I don't know how much bike traffic there is there. So I was just curious why that was listed.
So the one block of James it's a connector for folks to El Camino Way. So that's why, and that's a school route.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's okay, expected that. And then also, I had a question about on packet page 147, SB 11A, the Middlefield Road separated bikeway connection to Menlo Park. I was curious how this part of Middlefield, we're still ending up keeping a project even though the guidance was to stay away from arterials. So I was wondering if you could provide a little bit more explanation here.
Yes, this is an example, yes, to your point that initially we had proposed entire corridor upgrades to Middlefield as a result of council feedback. We stepped away from those big arterials. We're proposing this section of Middlefield not only as a response to council feedback that we received in June, but also to drive the point of the connections between two low-stress facilities on either side.
I guess for me, like I was reading the description that it goes from Everett, but I guess I'm wondering like on Bryant, there also is a bridge, I believe, that goes into Menlo Park. So I guess for me, this segment of Middlefield here seems a little bit of an island. Like it seems like it's just kind of there on a somewhat arterial that then kind of just goes into nowhere. While maybe if we want to facilitate the connection to Menlo Park, it may make more sense down on Bryant.
Perhaps I can respond to that. So this is a part of town that is very dense, and so having a little bit of redundancy in the network is acceptable in this area. This portion of Middlefield has more lanes than south of Channing, and so we're kind of looking at that segment and considering what the options are. There have been requests on the Menlo side to improve that access by bicycle. There's also been a history of collisions, and so we're trying to address multiple issues. It's not just the bike facility, but it's also the safety issue.
Okay, yes. Thank you for that feedback, or for that answer. I do think I'm still a little bit kind of a toss-up, right? By making it more bike infrastructure there, maybe we are encouraging more usage and possibly more collisions. So again, I am a little bit worried about that. And then I also had a question about SB 12, the Homer Avenue separated bikeway. So I noticed that today when I go by that intersection with the tunnel, right, there's one block of both-sided bike support up to High, and then the expectation is that the bikers will turn to the right on High and then go up probably Channing is my guess. I was wondering, in the description here on what you plan on supporting, is the idea that then Homer would have both directions, would be like the bike road, such that you would bike both directions on Homer between Alma and Bryant?
Yes, it would be both directions is the idea here.
So I guess I'm curious, given the current setup, is there a reason why we didn't choose to kind of just keep the direction of traffic? Like Homer has a bike lane that goes this way, and then you can come out of the tunnel on Homer and then just go on Channing kind of the other direction? Is it just because we already have the infrastructure set up there?
Correct.
Okay. My only comment is anyone who's driven on Homer knows that that Whole Foods is a little bit dicey to go through. That's kind of my own, I don't know how to get around that, but I'm just kind of providing that as commentary for anyone who's ever tried to go there. So there's that. And then I want to second the comment about Cowper. I'm unclear, like of the projects that are priority projects, probably isn't my personal priority for that. And then kind of a last comment for this round, you have a small typo on packet page 149. Boulevard crossing number 2, it says Carson Streer. So that's it for now.
Thank you. Commissioner James, and then I'll wrap up the first round.
Less questions and just kind of a general comment that I'm excited about anything that sort of brings about more bike safety. I tend to gravitate, not that we're at a study session, but I tend to gravitate to the ones that I know and fear. I used to live at Bryant and Lincoln, and I'm super excited about that stretch, just because I know it, because my kid bikes there. I mean, it gets very personal, but I'm certainly supportive of like 20 miles an hour and trying to control speed there. I don't know if I get to say it, but I think I did before I was here. I put my name on a petition to try and get stop signs at Lincoln and Bryant, 4-way stops. But anyway, I'm excited that that's being looked at as something to improve. And the other one that sort of is near and dear to my heart is one other folks have mentioned, which is the El Camino Way and the gun pathway to school, bikeway to school. And I happened to be there today for a dentist appointment with my kid, and it is. I used to drive that way every day, and it was nerve-wracking to see the kids just kind of run out of room and get up on the sidewalk and go past the cars. I just feel like whatever we can do to kind of make that safer for them. I'm very sympathetic to the businesses, but I'm probably more sympathetic to the kids. That's all.
Thank you. I will echo all of the comments about how superb this work is and how enthusiastically we'll be recommending that it move ahead. So I'm going to talk about a few concerns ranging from a high-level presentation issue and eventually, perhaps the next round, some of the small nits. A pattern that I hear among us on the dais, as well as from public comment, is that there is confusion about the division of responsibility between the definition of the projects here and how the implementation will be handled. I'm going to give you a specific example, and that requires some detail, but it's a more general pattern. So when it comes time to implement a project, we often hear some objections because there's a feeling that some consequences haven't been addressed. And the public comment from Mr. Kellerman echoes a comment that I gave to you in the pre-meeting. For Project Boulevard 2, if you restrict northbound turns from Embarcadero onto Bryant, then that traffic is going to go somewhere else. And the question is, at what point in the process are those consequences dealt with? And can they result in modification of the project, either by eliminating parts of it or by extending it? And Mr. Kellerman's observation was that perhaps things would have to be extended to Emerson. Fortunately, we've got that one covered. And my comment was that perhaps things have to be extended to Waverly, which is the next street on the other side of Bryant. And just to review what's going on there, Waverly's a collector, so it already has a high traffic volume. I think the last I recall, is around 3,500 vehicles per day, but that was pre-pandemic. It's within 1,000 feet of Castee and Gamble Garden. So you see how it's getting close to triggering the traffic calming conditions, neighborhood traffic calming program conditions already. And most importantly, every day it's crossed by at least hundreds of students who are going to Addison, to Castee, and to Pali. So dumping cross traffic across all of those heavily used bike routes for the kids may be an issue. So if during the engineering study process for making changes to Bryant, you discover that perhaps some traffic calming is needed on Waverly as well, then I think I would like to understand, and perhaps other readers of the projects would like to understand, that that the process that's used will accommodate those other considerations. So what's listed here as the definition of the project is not the be-all and end-all, that there will be a further analysis that goes into the implementation. I don't know quite how you want to express that, but that's a general issue that applies not just to this particular project, but to some of the others that we've discussed tonight, and to many others that are on the list. Let's see. A couple of suggestions for language and possibly also for additional policies or programs. And then I'll wrap up the high-level comments and move on to the smaller stuff next round. Page 96, we talk about policies and programs, and we mention TDM programs. And there's suggestions there for why TDM programs are important and some characteristics that TDM programs should have. I think it would be a good idea to add improving TDM enforceability to this paragraph, as it's a topic that comes up repeatedly, and this is an appropriate place for it. Finally, also for policies and programs, are there any opportunities that we could pursue with, for cooperation with wayfinding providers? And my goals, two goals there would be to get them to favor particular bike or pedestrian routes and to disfavor particular vehicle routes. So are there any opportunities to be explored there? Perhaps that's outside the scope of this plan, but it seemed that to me that it would fit into the policies and programs discussion on page 96. All right, so those are all my high-level issues, and we'll do another round, beginning with Vice Chair Chang.
All right, for my second round, it's a pretty quick one. In pre-meeting, Ms. Starlack had suggested that we look for anything that we think is maybe a glaring omission. I have to be honest, I didn't read the full PPTP, so maybe this is not an omission. But in terms of the high priority areas, so I'm looking at the near-term improvements map, and you've got the purple dotted line going down San Antonio Road, so class 4 protected bike lane, as well as the purple dotted line that is on Meadow and Fabian. And so there's this little area that goes on Charleston Road from San Antonio to Fabian. And I know that we've done the Charleston traffic calming projects and everything, but gee, it would be really, really, really nice if that little connector there were also safer for bicyclists, because it's terrifying there. And we know that's another one where I know of multiple injury car accidents there. I think there was a fatality of a senior citizen on the Mountain View side over there, and the traffic is only going to it's gotten significantly worse with all the development in Mountain View at San Antonio Center. But that whole area is where it's currently a standstill, like for, 4 traffic light changes, like rounds of traffic lights during rush hour. And unfortunately for bicyclists, there's no real good way to deal with that section if you're kind of over in that section of Palo Alto wanting to get anywhere else, frankly. It's so scary. There was one time I went there and then ended up biking all the way back to Oregon. This is before the bike bridge, biking all the way back to Oregon because I was like, there's no way I'm going to go any further to get to the Baylands. Like I added half an hour to my trip at least one way. So if we could just make that little that little section is high car traffic, but also super dangerous for bicyclists. But I don't think there's any other, like we have to make it good. So I think that we need to, that's a whole.
Vice Chair, are you just saying just from Fabian Way to San Antonio, or that whole stretch from Middlefield to San Antonio?
I mean, ideally, Middlefield to San Antonio would be amazing, but really, like, if we could just go to Fabian, then at least people could go on Fabian and go around, because it's terrifying over there. And it's going to be used as we put in the housing and the kids need to go to school. It's just, they've got to use it.
Yeah.
I think Steph wanted to comment, so.
Yeah, I just want to, just similarly, San Antonio Road Area Plan is also looking at this. So they're thinking about what we might be able to do to enhance safety there.
I totally understand that they are looking at it, but because the San Antonio Class 4 bikeway is like on this map as a priority project, I just think that it might be a good idea to include something about that connection as a priority project. And I don't, I know we're late in the process, but it would certainly render the San Antonio the Class 4 bikeway much more useful by adding that little bit as a priority project. So like when I compare Cowper, for example, which I was sort of saying maybe I would deprioritize that to this little section, I think this is way more important. Yeah, thanks.
Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I'll also kind of talk about some projects that I'm really excited about. So I think this Quarry Road Transit Connection project I think is really interesting. Having been part of the ULI study, I think that one thing I learned from Stephen, our Historical Resources Board planner, is that he actually uses this trail, and I think that having some stronger connections from here to the mall, from the transit center to the mall, I think is something that I'm really excited about. One thing I was hoping to get a little bit more clarification on is this separated bikeway on East-West Meadow. Is that would it be kind of concrete on both sides? I think mostly because right now, anyone who is awake around school time at those places know that the kids bike 8 bikes wide, and the injuries tend to occur when they are all of a sudden congested into a tighter space. So for example, you are on the bike path by JLS and it's actually narrow and the kids are trying to pass each other because they're weaving. So I guess I'm wondering for this project here, maybe it's not a necessary question, maybe just a comment, I'll just leave it as a comment. It's just I think that some thought needs to be taken care of in terms of thinking about the volumes that need to pass by here, because it is an immense amount of volume on East-West Meadow. And then, so for that, okay, I guess now I'll talk about the El Camino Way section, which I'm sure everyone's been waiting for me to talk about. Sam, do you mind? I sent you some photos that I took since they're right next to my house. Okay, so I have a bunch of photos, right? So this is like El Camino Way. This is in front of Palo Alto Commons, which maybe some of you are familiar with this project. But you see here, it's like completely parked through on this side. And actually, at this time of day, which is yesterday, you're not actually even allowed to park on the other side of the street, right? So it's like, I believe the signage, and maybe someone from transportation can comment, I think it's like no parking 7 to 7, I believe, on that street on the other side, for the explicit reason that the kids are supposed to be biking on in this bike road, right? So I'm a little bit unconvinced that like saying no parking means that people won't park, which for the Palo Alto Commons project, we've continued to see many parking violations across kind of the whole neighborhood there. I guess, yeah, so I guess I won't have to show you, anyone who's been there knows it's like completely packed. So maybe we can go to the map photo, Sam, that I have. Okay, so one of the things that I was thinking about here, I know we're like way ahead of kind of the ideation, like kind of the actual implementation phase, but as I kind of asked transportation team earlier, is that James Road over here is considered a safe route to school as well. And so one of the things that I was thinking about and kind of looking at this as a big picture for commercial areas is to, not through. Like, you'll see that in most of the areas that we have commercial area, so University, Cal Ave, and I guess we can include here, you want to get to the area, but you may not want to bike through the area, right? So we've decided that Cambridge is where we'll have the bikes, or like on Everett or Lytton or Hamilton. And so the way I kind of think about a potential way to get around this is that maybe the kids will bike down Meadow, go down Wilkie, and then go down James, and then if you want to remove the parking, which I think is important, we would only have to end up removing about 300 feet or so of the parking towards the end here, at the very end corner. And so if we like supported the infrastructure, since technically we do plan on making improvements on Meadow, and that Wilkie is supposed to be the kind of a regional bike route, and James is already a safe route to school, and Wilkie and James are pretty calm roads relatively, I think that we could do some kind of El Camino project that kind of we get a little bit of the best of both worlds in that we get to keep most of the parking for a vast majority of the businesses that are here in the triangle node, but we get kind of a much safer route and we can encourage the kids to go this way. I know that there's a whole theory about desire paths and whether or not the kids will actually bike on this road, but I think that if we can, if it's really pretty square, right? Like, I think you're probably losing no more than like 15 seconds this way. And I think that there's a pretty good argument that if we decide to make the Wilkie and James Road portion a lot, like just so much better, I think it will encourage people pretty quickly. Because for example, I actually do take this route, El Camino Way, James Wilkie, on the way back from Gunn. This is because those of you who know on El Camino Way, that going kind of away from El Camino, you are on a sharrow. There is no bike lane, right? And so there are already a large amount of kids who do this route on the way back because it is so much safer. Like if we decide that, if we can kind of make this route the like quote unquote best route, then I think the kids will end up going this route. So that's kind of my thoughts here. I know we're like way too early. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just ask you, is there a stop sign there for the kids that are trying to, so coming back you turn right, but to go to school you'd have to turn left. Is there a stop sign?
There is no stop sign, but there's one of those like kind of signal, the lights. Yeah, I know it's not as good. This is a half-baked idea, yeah.
No, I'm not saying it's like, I'm not dismissing the idea. I'm just saying I think that could be a reason that it's not currently preferred for to school direction.
Yes, no, I agree. I strongly agree. And the fact that there's already a bike lane on the way to school. But I'm thinking that like in the BBTP kind of like time frame, right, there's a world in which we could make this the best route. And if we do so, then I think people will end up taking it because there's already evidence that people do take this route when it is the better, safer way away from school. So that's my thought on that. And then kind of in addition to this, I'm also, like, one of the things that I think about when I'm biking on a bike boulevard that I really like about Bryant is that sometimes there are those cross streets where when you're biking on Bryant, other cars have to stop for you, but you are the, like, you don't have to stop, right? But on Wilkie, there are a couple streets here, I can't remember the name, it's like Tennessee or Carolina or something, where the cross traffic does not stop for you, and you have to stop. So I think, like, in kind of conjunction with these improvements, that's one thing that I would look into, because even though it's a residential street, I have seen cars kind of whiz by when I'm like, this is like the main bike route that's connecting multiple cities that has a lot of traffic on it, but there are cars kind of like whizzing by, turning right, turning left, because they don't have to wait. So that's my thought on that. Yeah, so I'll hold off for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton, you have a follow-up?
Yes, I wanted to ask about the meadow improvements. Is that project in the same space where we had a recent severe injury? Is that there was a meadow project that Commissioner G was talking about, that he had concerns about the style of that bike lane? Can you describe, is that the location where the young man was hit?
I'm not sure. I have the right, was there a recent collision, or is this the one that happened like 3 years ago?
I don't know if it was 3 years ago, but yeah.
Okay.
It's the young man who was biking back from the library on Meadow.
Okay, I don't know if that's the one that I'm thinking, but.
Was there more than one?
There was one, but I don't know.
Okay,
you might know something that I don't know.
I don't know something you don't know. It's got to be that one. This was a pretty severe injury. He's not passed away, but he's still in a coma.
The South Palo Alto Bikeways project is, if it's the one that Commissioner G was talking about, is the one between, on East Meadow from Alma all the way to Fabian. So that's the one.
It would be that stretch. So do we think that, I want to hear Commissioner G's concern about making sure that kids can ride to school beside each other in the protected lane, but I want a protected lane. I mean, kids should be able to get from our neighborhood to the library without being hit.
Yeah, I do agree.
And this is definitely not about you. I want staff to tell me that that's what this project is. So I apologize, and feel free to say what you need to say, but that's what I'm asking for. If we can you share some more detail? I want to know if we're addressing the safety of that stretch from, probably yes. I just want you to confirm it out loud that we would be preventing that situation from happening again. The situation where a car that wants to bypass somebody who's turning left will not be able to swing into the bike lane and hit an unsuspecting child.
Correct. But yeah, it would be a separated bike lane. There would be some kind of vertical separation. And that would be different than what is there today. I don't want to get into the specifics of design. I'm not going to design it right here.
And I'm not asking you to.
Yeah. Right.
What I'm trying to do is celebrate the responsiveness of this department to preventing future tragedies.
Yeah.
But that requires you confirming that that's what we're doing.
Yes, that is what we're doing.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Commissioner Peterson was wondering if we can bring that stretch up on the map and look at it. I can also show you it's this dotted line, purple dotted line here. Oh, yeah. Thank you for doing that. I think it's incredibly important. That library and community center is a hub. It passes 2 schools. It's got on the way to a park and then on the way to the Baylands via the bike bridge. So this is a heavily used bike path, not just by young people, but by all people in the community, and making it safer and protecting from over-eager left turners or whatever is extremely important. So thank you for doing that and including that in the priority.
All right, seeing no other lights, I'll make a few comments about minor issues. Related to this, not so minor, but the pedestrian component of this plan is really underappreciated. And I think there's excellent work there too, which will be of great benefit to a lot of people. So that brings me to the first nitpicky question. On page 50, when we talk about walking activity, most walking trips are under 5 minutes with a mean of 11 minutes and a median of 7. If the median is 7, then it's not possible for most trips to be under 5. So what was really intended here?
I appreciate that question. And the activity level data comes from the analysis we did with a company called Replica. And so I will defer to the project consultant, Amanda, to help us answer that question. And maybe the short answer is we can look into it.
Yeah, we can make sure that it's accurately represented. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is Amanda Leahy with Kittleson, and I will need to recheck the numbers the way it was presented, but I believe we could have switched them around. The average trip length could be 7 minutes, the median 5. But yeah, we will need to look into the specifics there. I think the overall intent was to say that the average walking trip length is short.
Yeah, thank you. Just to avoid anal retentive folks like myself from getting tripped up by that sort of thing. Page 100, this is something that's come up in the past. The suggestion is to remove language that can discourage walking, biking, and rolling, such as requirements to cross at crosswalks. Now, some readings of this that I have seen suggest that the goal is to allow crossing at completely random places by either decriminalizing it or even explicitly encouraging it. And I'm worried about the safety implications of this. So is that the intent? And if not, perhaps there should be a little wordsmithing applied there.
We can look into that.
Thank you. And let's see, page 108, the description of project intersection 05 references California Avenue when it should be University.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. And last one, page 29 discusses performance measures, and one that's mentioned is the annual commute mode share. I'm just curious as about how you measure that.
We normally use the census data for commute to work. If we're looking specifically at bikes, we'll also use our Safe Routes to School data for bikes.
Okay, thank you. That's good enough for me. All right, that is all I have on my list. Commissioners, do we have anything else to ask or comment upon? All right.
All right. I'd like to make a motion that, so I'd like to move the staff recommendation that we recommend that the council adopt this plan.
Second.
Mr. DeVetto?
Yes. Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Chair Aiken.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, and I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you for being a part of this effort the whole 2 years, not just tonight. So thank you, and we're excited to present this at the City Council.
Great. We're looking forward to a quick approval there. All right. Our next item is approval of minutes for the meeting of September 6th, 2025. And Mr. Cavada, do we have any public comments on this?
Through the chair, I've received no public comment cards and no raised hands on Zoom.
Very good. Commissioners, any questions before we move?
Can we do these together or no?
I was absent for one.
Oh.
Pardon me, I dropped the ball here. Do you have a comment or?
No, the question was, can we vote on these together? And my comment was I was absent for one, so you need to take them separately.
Sorry, I misheard you. All right, so I move approval of the minutes of September 6, 2025 as revised.
Second.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Chair Aiken.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, and next we have approval of minutes for the meeting of September 10th, 2025. Any public comments for this one?
The chair received no public comment cards and no raised hands on Zoom.
Commissioners, any questions? If not, I move approval of the minutes of September 10th, 2025 as revised.
Second.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Abstain.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Chair Aiken.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0-1 with Commissioner Heckman abstaining.
And finally, do we have any questions, comments, or announcements from commissioners? Commissioner Templeton, followed by Vice Chair Chang.
Thank you. I have a question that is for staff, but I need to ask the commissioners how they feel. I don't know how you are enjoying receiving the giant envelopes for some of our packets. And I noticed that many of you who have this card have folded it in half. And I was just wondering if anyone would, or if people would be comfortable asking staff on small, when it's the attachments are smaller like this, if we could encourage them to use a smaller envelope. Does anyone have a thought about, well, hold on. Anyone have a thought about it up here? Anyone have a problem with it? Okay. Yes, Ms. Armour, do you think that would be a possibility?
My concern is not to have a discussion of something that wasn't on the agenda, but I see.
I don't think it's an
general case.
agendizable item. I think it's.
I just want to be cautious. But I think yes, we can use smaller.
Well, I have tried
envelopes.
other channels, and we're still getting the big packets, so I thought I would try this as an option.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Chang.
All right. I just wanted to thank Ms. Armour, thank staff, because I read the packet for the council meeting that just happened on Monday, and I read the staff report for 660 University, and I just want to thank staff for the very accurate representation of the discussion that the PTC had. It was detailed, accurate, and I really appreciate the fidelity with which our discussion was transmitted to City Council.
Thank you. And Commissioner Peterson.
Just wanted to give staff a heads up that the Water District's Independent Monitoring Committee, which is the bond oversight, is preparing in the next few weeks to start reviewing the water district's bond and all the projects, not all that different than what we did tonight, but just for the water district, and to be maybe make public comment anywhere that's applicable, like the Baylands. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner G.
Thank you. I did find out who's out in the conference room over out here, and we have through our sustainability department, we have like a youth group, and they have like a mobility subgroup where they were like trying to work with students to bike and walk more. And I was like, okay, that would be great to get them, like, as someone who did youth council for the city, and personally interested in if there are any other kind of like youth-related activities through the city, I'd be happy to learn, like, I think we'd all be interested in, at least me, learning more about them, just so that we can encourage more youth participation across kind of our planning initiatives, because a lot of what we're talking about is for the future, so it'd be nice to have some more input from younger audiences.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions, announcements? Then we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.